a festa. Tropical, tropical, tropical. Tropical, a festa. Suficientemente grande pavo che da drumi la dia vai perdi. Non tinha motivo pa non guard solo salì. Sorbo l'antariva d'una e mi volti. Viviamo vida con alegria. Viviamo vida con alegria. Viviamo vida con alegria. Viviamo vida con alegria. Alegria, alegria tur dia. Alegria, alegria tur dia. Alegria, alegria tur dia. Mi tingan escucha, cambio de vocabulario. Pa costan positivo, costan solamente bon. Viva del presente, no vai viva del pasado. Braza bo futuro, trae historia por favor. Vivamos vida con alegría. Vivamos vida con alegría. Vivamos vida con alegría. Vivamos vida con alegría. Por ti día como tan sentimos son. Por mi mente tan lloraba de chisa. Después de vida costando lo bing bambo. Alegría, alegría tur día. Alegría, alegría tur día. Alegría, alegría tur día. Bisa danço, Shaira?
Satisfacción duradero te garantiza. Por 10 momentos cubo lucha y logra. Tormenta cubo quiere realizar. Pues ven tumbando vos flojera, vos quieres estar feliz. Hace algo como cima y...
Vivamos vida con alegría. 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 Eu vou pra ti, yeah. Chega em mim.
A saudade de você, meu amor.
Eu vou pra ti. Chega na minha.
E a saudade de você, meu amor.
Quando você está longe de mim, eu vou ficando louco por ti.
Constantemente me pego pensando em tudo que aconteceu.
Eu devo te pedir desculpas.
Faz falta tua ternura.
teu perfume no meu travesseiro. Como posso dormir?
Vou pra ti. Chega em mim. A saudade de você, meu amor. Eu vou pra ti. Chega na minha. A saudade de você, meu amor.
Oh, yeah. Well then, escreva meu amor.
Sinto falta de você, não sei o que eu vou fazer.
Aonde você
Agora estou muito sozinho, precisando do teu carinho.
Conexão Aruba, Brasil, Cabo Verde.
So much things are gone, time after time. You'll find me every day singing the same old song. I want you back, let me convince you, baby, that you are, yeah, you are my number one. I could be having out the best of time, have $1 billion, but without your life ain't no fun. Only the good vibe, and that me provide, the type of vibe that puts two together for life. You are my number one. Sinto falta de você, não sei mais o que fazer. Agora estou muito sozinho, precisando do seu carinho. Cadê você? Chega mais, cadê você? Brasil.
There's an island called Aruba, sandy beaches, happy people, that's probably what they say. Playas lindas aquí en Aruba, gente cordial, es buena comida, un encanto para estar aquí. But let me tell you that on Aruba, diversity lives. En Aruba aquí formamos y conservamos para siempre una linda comunidad. And the people of Aruba love each other and in papiamento we connect. Lagami bisabo con Aruba nos di respect. Algunos amigos vienen de lejos, some come from far away, and we will all live on together as one, con Aruba en el corazón. Bumping in Aruba, welcome to a show. Dale mami, dale mami. All the rhythms in Aruba, all the flavors you can choose. What a beautiful gourmet. No olvidemos cómo conectaron nuestros ancestros todas las Antillas con su amor. Lagami bisabo con Aruba nos di respect. Algunos amigos vienen de lejos, some come from far away, and we will all live on together as one, con Aruba en el corazón. On Aruba we speak four languages, papiamento es our mother tongue, tongue, mita by pontón, baila tumba cuzón, dilante y pa' atrás pa' adelante. Baila conmigo, goza conmigo, baila conmigo, ajá, a bailar conmigo, en español, vamos, abajo, 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 abajo. much for you. Een beetje Nederlands voor jou. We gaan met z'n allen hand in de lucht. En lekker met mij zwaaien van links.
No stop en busca, ¿no? Tú estás en busca de verdad. Tú siempre tú vas en busca de verdad en el pasado. Tú vas en el pasado. Tú vas en busca de verdad para expresar algo. Entonces, de expresión, tú sin base. Entonces, tú tienes una interpretación de lo que você tinha de foundation. Entonces, aí para mim da opinião, você busca de uma mesma cultura e não de outra. E você conhece certo aspecto de outra cultura em que tem sonido, pero nunca lo olvidar a foundation. Isso aí para mim está muito importante.
Ku te contaba historia de tu buen enamorado man. Y el viento lo divulgaba, da quien acabó amor. Pensei, mas vai busquei-le pra missar, da quem te sou. Mi número es uma de ninguém. Es un pulo completame, valorame, maneira me dá. Na ambicura tenho um viento, nos hacer uma amistade. Passa que foda quem lo quita para sempre mi soledad. Perenquedo na mi number, que no que visa da quem. Eta visa mi waten e conchi barranca com água de. E minta compreender. Mira mi mes. E minta vira impaciente. Passou mensada que na casa minha queda pensar mi mes reflejo e oráculo que mena mi mes luta mi mes estima mi mes sin a conocer mi mes tipo de que visionária coisa novas minha paz tá bem de padre para que qualquer outros e outro também sempre vibra de padre e é outro lo resoma mi mes para que qualquer outro e outro também sempre vibra de padre
The birds are singing my love for you, and there's nothing that I can do but wait for the birds to come back home. I need to know what you told them. Let them free and just let them come home to me. Whatever it is that you think, I know I can handle it. I'll wait for the birds to come back home. I need to know what you told them. Let them free and just let them come home to me. I know that it's complicated. I think we should give it a try. I know this is all created in the look of your eyes. I know that it's complicated. I think we should give it a try. I know this is all created in the look of your eyes. Cause I need to know what you told them. Let them free and just let them come home to me. Cause I need to know what you told them. Let them free and just let them come home to me. Zapapara, 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 zapapara,
Sabato tipi pari, sabato tipi pari, sabato pipi pari, oh. Sabato pipi pari, sabato pipi pari, sabato pipi pari, oh. Tu dia, tabo dia, si vos pone atención igual que alegría. En vida lo tasina, fue momento malo nanta panosiña. Si podía tapizar y si vota cansar, queda corta cubo vida ta bendicionar. Se agua vota sin difada, a mundo tan molostia, queda corta cubo vida ta bendicionar. Sábado pipi pari, queda contento tu momento. Realiza con mayoría tempo costa pompa y alegría está contagioso. Y vos bailo por 13 gozo pa' otro. Si podía tapizar y si vota cansar, queda corta cubo vida ta bendicionar. Se agua vota sin difada, a
Of mundo tá molostia. Que de corte como vida tá bendicionar. De vida sempre ti. Gostando chiculo, ponemos área de vida sempre ti. Motivo para smile. El glas de mi vida tá. Mas comitar en hielo sigue llena de vida siempre ti. Razón para smile. Una de ya domingo. Lo voy sin vivo campeón. Oslo by boom.
Suficientemente grande pavo che da drumi la che dia vai perdi. Non tinha motivo pa non guard solo salì sorvolante arriva d'una emi volti. Vivamo vida con alegria. Vivamo vida con alegria. Vivamo vida con alegria. Vivamos vida con alegría. Alegría, alegría tur día. Alegría, alegría tur día. Alegría, alegría tur día. No tengan escucha, cambio de vocabulario. Pa' costan positivo, costan solamente bon. Viva del presente, no va y viva del pasado. Braza bo futuro, trae historia por favor. Vivamos vida con alegría. Vivamos vida con alegría. Vivamos vida con alegría. Vivamos vida con alegría. Por ti día como tan sentimos son. Por mi mente tan lloraba de chisa. Después de vida costan lo bing bambo. Alegría, alegría tu día. Alegría, alegría tu día. Alegría, alegría tu día. ¿Viste danzo, Shaira?
Satisfacción duradero te garantiza. Por 10 momentos cubo lucha y logra. Tormenta cubo quiere realizar. Pues ven tumbando vos flojera, vos quieres estar feliz. Hace algo cubo encima y
vivamos vida con alegría. 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 Vivamos vida con alegría.
Vecino hay en el mar, buscando tu camino. vecino ahí en el mar, buscando tu camino. Yo te abriré mi puerta como tú lo harías conmigo. Yo te abriré mi puerta como tú lo harías conmigo. Vuela libertad, vuela y ábreme el camino. Vuela libertad, vuela y ábreme el camino. Vuela por el mar y a que la paz sea mi destino. Vuela por el mar y a que la paz sea mi destino. Ay la 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 la, la 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 la. Ay la 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 la, la 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 la. O algún día será que la paz volverá. O algún día será que la paz volverá. Levantaré mi casa ahí donde yo he nacido. Levantaré mi casa en mi país tan querido. Vuela libertad, vuela y ábreme el camino. Vuela libertad, vuela y ábreme el camino. Vuela por el mar y a que la paz sea mi destino. Vuela por el mar y a que la paz sea mi destino.
Quiero ser de ti un buen recuerdo, un lugar bonito en el cerebro, una bocanada de consuelo, un par de guacamayas en el cielo. No es tan imposible la utopía, tú con tus ideas, yo las mías, coincidir en esta travesía, por si no te encuentro en otra vida. Amor, tal vez nos queda solo el día de hoy. Amémonos entonces, por favor. Dejemos que este día todo fluya. Amor, yo quiero para nosotros lo mejor. Podríamos subir como vapor, dejándonos caer como la lluvia. Brindo por ahorita al ritmo que mi cora palpita. Siento un cosquilleo cuando te veo, que le prende un switch a mi deseo de algún universo paralelo. Creo que desde antes ya te quiero. Amor, tal vez nos queda solo el día de hoy. Amémonos entonces, por favor. Dejemos que este día todo fluya. Amor, yo quiero para nosotros lo mejor. Podríamos subir como vapor, dejándonos caer como la lluvia. Y brindo por ahorita al ritmo que mi cora palpita. Y ahora tengo ahorita, que solo tengo ahorita. Y ahora tengo ahorita al ritmo que mi cora palpita. Y ahora tengo ahorita, si solo tengo ahorita. Y ahora tengo ahorita al ritmo que mi cora palpita. Y brindo por ahorita al ritmo que mi cora
Olvido en el mar de este sueño, no quisiera despertar.
Just come closer, kiss me gently. We have the time of our life. This is a happy ever after. Ups and downs, but we holding hands. I just realized how happy I am.
Walk through life. Every day is a new beginning. Shine your light. It's a day and the world is waiting. Move along to the song, singing in your soul. Feel the beat, clap your hands, let it take control. All you need, all you want, are you ready to find your way? 'Cause every day is a new day. And everything's going your way. And you wanna make it last forever. We'll keep it together, 'cause it keeps getting better. Whoa, walk through life and move ahead to your destination. Shine so bright, be the light of a new creation. If the world is a stage, better start the show. 7, 8, 9, 10, ready, set, let's go. Turn it on, turn it up. Are you ready to find your way? 'Cause every day is a new day. And everything's going your way. And you wanna make it last forever. We'll keep it together, 'cause it keeps getting better. Feel the sun upon your shoulders. Find the strength to make you bolder. Yeah. And let each moment take you higher, higher, and higher, and higher than you've ever been before. Walk through life. Every day is a new beginning. Every day is a new day. And everything's going your way. And you wanna make it last forever. Every day is a new day. And everything's going your way. And you wanna make it last forever. Just keep it together, 'cause it keeps getting better. Hey, it keeps getting better.
Well, Ed, that video turned out right what we wanted. Electrifying video showcasing every aspect of the industry. It was created by a young professional. He requested us for a chance and let him be the introduction video for today. So, yes.
And we did that. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to CreActivo. It is a pleasure to have you here with us. And let's have a big round of applause for the brains behind the conference, Mr. Arthur Loofstock, the president of Cultura, the one who always wants to give chances to other creatives. He is a creative himself.
We are very glad and honored that you are with us here today at the CreActivo conference. Thank you so much for either accepting the invitation or buying your ticket, but thank you for being here with us today. It's going to be 2 days of thought-provoking topics, powerful topics. We're going to talk about the value of the arts. We're going to talk about the importance of creativity in education. And we're going to talk about the orange economy and the cultural and creative industries and their impact and potential for social, economic, and also cultural development. What else can we expect, Arthur?
Well, today we have a very extensive
Go ahead. Handheld.
Yes. No, today we are going to have very amazing speakers talking about we're going to dive into tourism industry combined with a synergy with culture. We are going to dive also in education, in culture. There are many topics, including some creatives going to be on the stage. The energy that you wanted to present is not another conference sitting all day. It's going to be filled with interaction. It's going to be require energy from you guys also. So please enjoy, and if there's anything you don't understand, reach us to us or any other speakers today and tomorrow.
Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you.
Now, he wanted to speak more, but he told me stage is not for me. So he just said something. And when he said that, I remembered that throughout the whole preparation for this conference, I was considering, not even knowing who's going to come, but I was considering everybody that will be present here today an agent of change. Whether you are a creative, an artist, a visionary, whatever industry that you're in, we want you to consider yourselves an agent of change, because you are part of a movement that is creating positive development on the island, and you are part of a movement that is part of the change that we want to see on this island. Before we continue, I do want to ask you to please download the Huva app if you haven't done so already. If all is well, you've received your ticket through your email inbox, and through that, you could download the Huva app and you can participate by asking questions, by answering questions. We are broadcasting live through Huva, through the app and also through the desktop version. But we do recommend you to download the app for you to participate. You can post photos, and in between all of those photos that are posted, the ones that have the most likes will actually get tickets to the Auténtico Culinary Festival. So we're doing that today and tomorrow. We want to thank the Aruba Tourism Authority for providing these tickets for Auténtico Culinary Festival. Post the most creative photos. You can post as many photos as you want. And obviously, if you don't want to post photos, at least like those photos. All right, we're ready to continue. Many people here are maybe familiar with the Cultura story. Maybe many are not. I see many faces that have visited us during our sessions. We're going to talk about those sessions later on. But I think it's important for those who don't really know Cultura to get a sense of what this foundation is about and why we are doing what we are doing today.
Cultura Foundation was officially established in August 2017 by Notary Arsagaray. Since then, we have begun operating from our office on John G. Emanstraat. The foundation set the following goals: enrich and elevate our culture while fostering the development of more creativity in Aruba, raise awareness among our people about our potential and our artistic and creative assets, revive the norms and values that we've built upon in Aruba, motivate and educate the artists and creatives within the cultural and creative sectors to think and act more entrepreneurially. Initially, we tried to form an alliance with the commercial sector so they could play a more active role in developing cultural and creative industries. However, this attempt wasn't successful. It was pretty challenging. So we had to return to the drawing board and try to understand why. The reasons were clear. We are not yet living in a community where culture and creativity are valued. Many still don't see the potential of these sectors or the endless opportunities they offer. Many local business owners still don't see or believe in our capabilities. Afterward, we sought alternative sources of income to continue providing these services to our community. It wasn't always easy. We have to admit that. The electricity was cut off and the phone line was disconnected simply because there wasn't any income. People often were angry with us because we couldn't pay on time. So we went back to doing what we've been doing for years, organizing events. We received tremendous support from a key collaborator of Cultura Foundation, the Freewinds, who helped us many times by organizing musical events so that we could cover our expenses and continue pursuing our goals. Therefore, thank you, Freewinds, Ken, John, Susan, and Patrick.
That's right. One thing for those that do know us, you know that we're pretty honest whenever we're having dialogue. And yes, we have faced financial limitations, but this is not just our story. I think it's the story of many creatives, many artists, many organizations, many foundations. But throughout this conference, you will be reminded of that creative force, but then that resilient force that we have within us, that we continue no matter what. Now, Cultura actually started with an idea in this convention center in 2009, but about that I'll tell you a bit more later on. In the past, as an island, we have faced challenges. Especially in the 1950s, as an example, the island was at a crossroads. The refinery was laying off a lot of people because of their process of automation. And the island needed to think, what are we going to do? Where are we going to focus our energy? Are we going to develop a new industry? And it took a group of visionary, courageous, and creative people to decide we're going to start on a new industry for this island. And they put all their efforts into the tourism industry. Now, we are extremely grateful that today we are at a crossroads, but then that the Aruba Tourism Authority has become an important alliance in the direction that we need to take at these crossroads. But going back to the 1950s, we have prepared a special video for you to see that even a visionary that was part of that group understands that we need to take the direction of formalizing and developing Aruba's cultural and creative industries.
In the 1950s, due to an intensive automation process at the refinery on our island, there was a great uncertainty as many people lost their jobs. Aruba was at a critical crossroads, defining the island's future and seeking ways to diversify its economy and create new opportunities. A group of visionary, courageous, and creative people came together to find the best way to develop another industry for our island, the tourism industry. We are talking about, among others, Mr. Juancho Iroski, the father of Aruban tourism, Mr. Oscar Henriquez, our first deputy of tourism, and Mr. Michael Caiperi, the first local director of Aruba's Tourism Bureau.
Gratitud para a oportunidade donada a mim para um rato tocante de uma necessidade que me está considerada com certa urgência para nosso turismo. Durante o período de década 50 do século passado, grupo de jovens dinâmicos, capacitados, com visão e com coragem, a vir junto para assim trazer arriba o bem-estar de nossa gente e também o bem-estar de nossa isla. Aruba estava tendo menester urgentemente de uma diversificação econômica. Nos mesteras chegam a uma fórmula que está enfocada riba nos recursos natural e humano para assim trazer arriba algo duradouro para nossa isla. Pensando arriba todos os detalhes possíveis, nossa mira é potencial e a decidir de enfocar riba a indústria turística para nossa isla. Nossa loramanga, sinta na mesa, coletar data, trabalhar duro e criar estratégia sumamente exitosa para começar a atrair visitantes para vir visitar nossa isla como turista. Nós não a depender somente de nossa praia, não somente de nosso clima perfeito e tampouco somente de nós solo. A hospitalidade e criatividade de nossa gente também tem rol importante, sumamente importante, para nós por continuar com uma indústria assim. Nós empoderar, reforçar e motivar nossa gente para trabalhar junto e fazer a indústria aqui uma realidade de qual os frutos está visto hoje em dia. Aruba, seu turismo, abrirá algo que está servindo como exemplo para outro lugar hoje em dia. Visando essa aqui, com segurança, com sentimento, com coração rubiano, é plano com mais potencial aqui para formalizar e desenvolver a indústria cultural e criativa junto de Aruba, está justamente o qual Aruba tem mestre de dizer agora aqui, de época e siglo novo aqui. Nós precisamos realizar que o turismo está grupo de visitantes que porta vir de diferente origem e não porta diferente possibilidade. Nós precisamos trabalhar arriba a realidade que Aruba está destino que está cara. Está assim que nós precisamos dirigir, nos atracionam na gente que pode afford, que pode pagar o mercado de Aruba como turista. Mas para nós seguir trabalhar arriba a visão que estava a existir já desde os anos 50 do século passado, e essa aqui está para fazer de Aruba cultura ênfase é centro cultural de inteira área do Caribe. O projeto aqui de Fundação Cultura lo ajuda a diversificar e reforçar a indústria de turismo na grande maneira. E lo crea mais bem bem-estar para un tour. Me está sumamente contento con el estudio aquí y también voy a realizar y dentro de poco ejecutar y implementar. Vos por confiar arriba empuje e ayuda de tu banda para hacer el proyecto aquí vira una realidad. Algo que a mí personalmente seguro lo sigue apoyando.
Tisa, I'm sure that brought back many great memories, right? Yeah. So in the video, we just saw 3 visionaries who helped transform Aruba's future by laying the foundation for what we now know as our thriving tourism industry. These were individuals who saw beyond the challenges of their time, and they imagined something better for the island. They understood that Aruba could be more than just a place dependent on the refinery. They didn't just dream, they acted. Because of their vision, Aruba became a globally recognized tourism destination, providing jobs, providing opportunities, and a sense of pride for all of us. Their courage to embrace change set the course for everything that followed. So Michael Caiperi, Mr. Michael Caiperi, when we sat down with him to discuss our vision for the cultural and creative industries, we weren't quite sure how he would respond. After all, his life's work was tied to building up tourism. Would he see this new industry as a complementary path or something entirely different? What truly amazed us was how quickly he understood. In just 5 minutes, I kid you not. Michael Caiperi, at 95 years old, recognized how the cultural and creative industries could be the next big thing for Aruba. It was as if he could see the future unfolding right in front of him. He immediately noticed how culture and creativity could create new opportunities for our people, just like tourism did. He knew it was about more than just economic growth. It was about the island's soul, its identity, its authenticity, its diversity. But that's what visionaries do. They don't get stuck in the past. Even after decades of experience, they look ahead and recognize the potential for new beginnings. Michael understood that the cultural and creative industries aren't just an addition to tourism. They're a way for Aruba to continue evolving, staying true to our identity while creating something new. And that's the core message. Cultural and creative industries, the orange economy, the creative economy, are about using our natural talents and our unique heritage to innovate. They're about giving our people new avenues to express themselves and create something of value, whether it is through art, design, film, music, digital media, or so many other fields. It's about recognizing that creativity isn't just a luxury. It's essential to our growth as a community. These industries bring more than economic benefits. They enrich our lives. They tell our story and allow us to share our unique identity with the world in a way that tourism alone never could. So, as we move forward today, let's remember that just like tourism, the cultural and creative industries, the orange economy, have the potential to transform Aruba once again. They offer us the chance to continue our own growth, a story that reflects who we are, where we come from, and where we're going. Now, there are a few faces here, and I mentioned that again, that have visited us, Go Cultura, during our sessions that we've been doing since last year for 4 months every weekend, to explain more about our foundation to explain more about the work that we're doing, to explain more about something that you've been hearing Mr. Kaiperi also saying, why we need evidence to show the importance of these industries, why we cannot just continue talking about anecdotal experience, but why we need numbers to show the true impact on social transformation, cultural development, and economic diversification. There might be a few people today, or maybe more than a few, who are not yet familiar with the orange economy or the creative economy or the cultural and creative industries. There is something I always like to say. I hope you follow these words closely. There are known knowns. Those are the things that we know that we know. There are known unknowns. Those are the things we know that we don't know. But there are also unknown unknowns. And those are the things that we don't even know that we don't know. And for many people on this island, this topic is one of those. The next video explains in very simple terms and in a very fun way what the orange economy is and what the creative industries are. Pay close attention.
The concept of cultural and creative industries, as well as the creative economy or orange economy, is not something new globally. This has been a relevant topic of discussion and also an essential and solid economic pillar in various countries around the world for several decades now. These countries also recognize the value of culture and creativity as catalysts for innovation and sustainable development. At the core of these industries is the creative, an individual who generates value with their ability to think and create. Their main resource is their intellectual power to ideate and, from that idea and inspiration, create something with value and impact on another human being and with value for the development of their environment. Hence, their intellectual capacity to create and innovate. Creativity is undoubtedly of great value today and in the future because it cannot be easily substituted or replaced by a machine. It is one of the skills most required and demanded by 21st century jobs. The cultural and creative industries represent a collective of various creative industries, such as the film industry, music industry, photography industry, fashion and design industry, publishing industry, software and video gaming industry, television industry, radio broadcasting, architecture, and many more. The term orange economy, referring to the economy of these industries, was coined by the Inter-American Development Bank in Washington, D.C. It refers to a group of activities through which ideas are transformed into cultural and creative products or services whose value can be protected through intellectual property rights. Many may ask, why orange? The Inter-American Development Bank chose this color because orange has been associated with art, culture, and creativity throughout history and across various cultures. For example, in Egypt, the mineral realgar, a mineral of red and orange tones, was used to create decorative figures in the tombs of the pharaohs. In ancient Greece, Dionysus, the god of wine and theater, was often depicted dressed in orange, and there are many other examples throughout human history. Orange is undoubtedly a vibrant and joyful color, and it has been chosen to give the creative economy identity and make it stand out. According to the most recent data from the Inter-American Development Bank, the cultural and creative industries generate employment for around 2 million people in the Caribbean and Latin American region, which in turn generates an average of $124 billion in revenue, not to mention the social and cultural advancements it brings along. Historically, the creative industries in the Latin America and Caribbean regions have been dominated by Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. However, other countries like Chile have recently begun expanding their creative products. On a global scale, the creative economy is one of the fastest growing economies. According to calculations by the United Nations, the global market for creative products and services is continuously expanding, generating an annual revenue exceeding $2 trillion and accounting for around 50 million jobs globally. The sector contributes to 6.1% of the global GDP, with an average contribution of between 2% and 7% to the national GDPs worldwide. Here in Aruba, we lack data or figures to know the impact of the creative economy. It has been noted in recent years that these industries have great potential to create a new economic pillar. Since approximately 2014, conversations and dialogue on this topic have slowly become more popular on our island. However, to this day, the discussion around this topic is still relatively new. This does not mean that these industries do not exist on our island or that there are no artists and creatives who are part of them. On the contrary, Aruba's cultural and creative industries are highly active and have had a positive impact for many years. As mentioned earlier, the cultural and creative industries comprise a large group of artists and creatives who generate income and contribute to our economy by utilizing their artistic skills with creativity as one of their most valuable and important resources. Examples once again include culinary artists, singer-songwriters, instrumentalists, musicians, architects, writers, painters, filmmakers, or people in the audiovisual industry, fashion designers, those in the video gaming industry, advertising, arts and crafts, photography, performing arts, publishing, research and development, software development, computer games, electronic publishing, TV, and radio. Perhaps we do not yet fully recognize this in Aruba because this distinction has rarely been made, and we have never truly investigated or collected data on these industries to measure their actual contribution to Aruba's GDP. For most of our population, this terminology still needs to be discovered or better understood. Since 2014, the topic of cultural and creative industries and the orange economy has been gaining more prominence on our island, and the effort to diversify our economy by developing our cultural and creative industries has become increasingly important. Artists and creatives from the sector, cultural activists, and non-governmental organizations have begun to realize and speak out more and more about the importance of culture, creativity, and innovation, and how valuable the cultural and creative industries can be for Aruba's sustainable development. Since 2018, Cultura Foundation has intensified its efforts to raise awareness about the importance of culture and creativity, and the multiple benefits the cultural and creative industries can bring to our country. Today, we stand at a critical crossroads as a nation to decide how we will generate the much-needed and urgent social transformation in Aruba and how we will diversify our economy to create a stronger and more resilient country, especially emerging from such an acute crisis. Cultura Foundation urges everyone to join us in focusing our efforts on the possibility of a creative economy or orange economy, looking at the example of dozens of countries that have formalized their cultural and creative industries and demonstrated with actual figures and data how it has impacted their sustainable development, including how art, culture, and creativity can become even more present in the education and formation of our citizens. How creativity can transform urban planning and design, reviving and revitalizing abandoned and decaying cities. We believe it is time for the industries of the creative economy to be taken seriously, and it is time for us to truly investigate their impact on our island in terms of cultural, social, and economic development, and the potential these industries hold for Aruba's progress and well-being.
So let that sink in a bit. It was, I think it was a lot of information maybe to process, but because we are honored to have so many artists and creatives, we continue mentioning these industries. And for you as a creative or as an artist, or maybe as part of another industry, to be aware of all of these disciplines, all of these sectors that are part of the creative industries. We could go through it again, not the video, it's a long video, but then you see that, I mean, if we go, the sectors comprise out of advertising, architecture, books, gaming, movies, music, newspapers, performing arts, radio, television, visual arts, and a whole lot more. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Now, on the island, we have, let me see, what is next? This was Arthur's part, by the way. Arthur, I need your help. I just need to know what's the next video. And then all right. No, there's another video. Don't go. This is even broadcast live, but anyway. So we're done with that. We're done with this. I know about that one. How about this one? Bon. Thank you, Art. I'm still not sure about. However, we're talking about local creatives. And in 2018, I think it was, or beginning of 2019, I think now we should include more pictures. We made a short reel about our local creatives, like just to kind of honor those that are part of the creative industries or cultural industries. However, if you don't see your face, don't feel sad, don't feel offended. It's not that we don't consider you to be, but it's just a way that we honor local artists and creatives. We'll go with that video. Now, obviously, a few of those in the video are here. I saw Jonathan's face. I saw Maybelline's face, Yvonne's face, Ronchi's face. I think Elvis was in there. Nelson, you're also in there. right? You saw your face. So now that we've seen a glimpse of the variety of jobs of the creative industries and heard from some of our fantastic creatives of the island, we want to take a moment to reflect how we started advocating for these industries back in 2018. Fast forward 2 years, nobody knew that this pandemic was coming, at least that we know. And in 2019, Cultura decided to invest in basic equipment so that we could start our talk shows, our interview shows, maybe record concerts, not even knowing that we would be hit by this acute crisis, which was the COVID-19 pandemic. Now in 2020, I think many of our creatives, if not all, were forced to be extra creative because we basically had to survive. That was also the case not just with me as an artist, but with Cultura also as an organization. It was during that time that we launched Bang Papia Cultura, or Let's Talk Culture, a program that began on social media to open up the conversation about the cultural and creative industries and the orange economy in Aruba. This program went deep into many aspects of the industry, from challenges to potential opportunities. It was our way of raising awareness about the immense possibilities these industries could offer the island. And Bang Papia Cultura wouldn't have been the success it was without two key individuals, Amy Richards and Thais Franken. They were the ones who introduced Aruba to this concept, diving into the topics and interviewing key players from the local, regional, and also the international scene. Through this program, we connected with many of the international speakers we have here today, including Mr. John King, who's with us this morning, from Barbados, and also Mr. Felipe Buitrago from Colombia. Bienvenidos. Bang Papia Cultura opened up a world of conversation about the future of our island and its cultural and creative industries. To tell us more about the journey of Bang Papia Cultura, we'd like to invite one of its hosts, a person that I love so much, Amy Richards, to the stage. Join us, Amy. Unfortunately, Mrs. Thais Franken couldn't be with us today here to other obligations, but she will join us tomorrow. Good morning, Amy.
Let's get rid of this. I love you too, Edge.
Aww.
Good morning, everyone.
So now you have two singers on the stage. Maybe later on we could do a duet.
Maybe.
During the breaks.
I'll think about it.
So before we continue, we'll show you a reel of Bang Papia Cultura, Let's Talk Culture.
Bang Papia Cultura es un programa informativo y educativo semanal del cual nos lo está cubriendo temas interesantes de la comunidad que tienen que ver con el tópico de cultura, arte, creatividad, innovación y industria cultural y creativo.
Tursimang, Bang Papia Cultura lo comparte cubo información valiosa de temas de actualidad. Efecto de COVID-19, cultura de crisis, entrevistas con diferentes personas del sector y mucho más. Así nos aporta, motivar, preparar y inspirarnos y también en el desarrollo positivo y sostenible de nuestro país.
So we had a successful first season of Bang Papia Cultura. Was it 1 or 2 seasons?
No, we did one.
One season.
Mm-hmm.
It was incredibly informational, incredibly inspirational. How was your experience doing that?
I would love to tell everyone a little bit more about Bang Papia Cultura. Like you saw, it was presented by Thais Franken and I through this amazing organization. And this platform allowed us to dive into the heart of our island's creative spirit, hosting conversations with prominent artists, researchers, tourism experts, and trailblazing creatives. But more than that, it has given us the opportunity to understand the power and potential of our creative industries. Industries that, if nurtured properly, can transform Aruba's cultural and economic fabric. Bang Papia Cultura is not just a talk show. Don't call it a talk show. It's a bridge between tradition and innovation, between our cultural roots and the global stage. Through interviews with local leading voices such as Chris Cross, Isha Tapias-Koch, Stan Perry, Mario Gonçalves, Jadre Cruz, just to mention a few. And also some international guests like Felipe Buitrago Restrepo and Mr. John King, whom we are so pleased and honored to have with us today. We've gained insights into the vibrant community, the vibrant creative pulse that beats through Aruba. We've heard from musicians who keep our rhythms alive, researchers who document and preserve our unique heritage, tourism experts who understand the island's appeal, and creatives who push boundaries and redefines what it means to be Aruban. These voices provide more than just stories. They offer a vision for what Aruba can become if we, or when we, invest in our creativity. The creative industries have an undeniable potential to make a profound impact on Aruba. By developing sectors like Adrian just mentioned, we create new avenues for economic growth, diversifying our sources of income, and importantly, provide opportunities for our people to pursue their passions here at home. Imagine an Aruba where creatives are not just celebrated, but are given the tools and resources that they need to thrive. Our musicians collaborating with global artists, our traditional crafts recognized as premium goods, our stories told through films reaching international festivals. The economic benefits are clear. Cultural tourism, increased exports of our creative goods, vibrant local economy being fueled. But beyond the dollars, florin, and the cents, a thriving creative industry also means a stronger, more resilient sense of identity. An Aruba that is proud of its heritage while eager to explore new horizons. Bang Papia Cultura has been essential in showing us this potential. It has connected us to wisdom and experience of those who have navigated this journey, spotlighting some of the challenges, which we know a little bit about, and experiences that they have faced. These stories remind us that the road to becoming a cultural hub is not without its obstacles, but they also highlight the incredible opportunities that lie ahead if we have the courage to invest. Our next step is to continue this dialogue, but also to turn these conversations into action. Let's invest in cultural education, create spaces where artists can experiment and grow, build partnerships between the public and private sectors that prioritize creativity as a driver for change. By doing so, we won't just see the impact in economic terms. We'll see it in a community that is much more engaged, much more inspired, and more connected to our roots. Bang Papia Cultura has opened our eyes to the invaluable knowledge that exists within our community. It has shown us that the potential of Aruba's creative industries is boundless, but only if we cultivate it. If you haven't yet seen these episodes that we've presented, I want to invite you to go on Go Cultura's Facebook page, take a look, immerse yourself in this knowledge, and help us spread this message. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Should you want to visit our Go Cultura YouTube page, that's also possible, Go Cultura channel. if it's less challenging maybe to find it on Facebook. No, but it's there. It's right there.
Facebook.
Of
you want
course.
Me to stay with you on stage? I can stay if you want.
Please stay. Of course, our thanks go out also to Thais for her very valuable contribution to Bangpapia Cultura. We truly hope to see more seasons, Amy. Are you ready to continue?
I'm ready.
Great. Now, through these interviews with key players in the cultural and creative industries, we noticed a recurring theme in almost every conversation. There was always this horizontal line that connected them. The idea of showing the evidence, the idea of collecting data, the idea of mapping the creative industries. Time and time again, we heard about the importance of data. The guests kept saying, we need data to create strategies. We need to know who is out there, what they're doing, and how they're contributing. And of course, collecting data is crucial.
So, after long deliberation and exploring different options, we realized that this was our calling. We knew Cultura Foundation, a non-governmental organization, needed to step up for this sector. We needed to be the ones to take on this mapping effort independently to ensure that the data gets collected and that something is actually being done with this evidence. But it wasn't easy. It took us a while to gather the funds. We did small projects, approached local entities and individuals, and convinced them of the financial importance of supporting this research. And after 2 long years of persistent effort, we finally managed to start the mapping process. The first attempt of the mapping began in May 2024. But as with any ambitious project, we faced some unforeseen challenges. The process, unfortunately, had to be halted. We realized that people weren't participating as we had hoped. There were doubts, fears, a general lack of understanding about what we were trying to achieve.
Exactly. People didn't fully grasp the why. Why should they share their information with us? Why was this important? There was fear, disillusionment, and also a lack of trust. Many were hesitant to provide their data, unsure how it would be used. That's when we realized that we had to make people feel safe. They needed to know they were not just numbers, but partners in this effort. We had to show them we were by their side, guiding and working together to achieve something meaningful. We have a video for you.
De organizator di Stichting Monumentum Fonds Aruba, começando por dias oriente até 3 horas da tarde, e comunidade por visitar dias 3 edifícios históricos de Moraes.
Hello, creative citizens of this wonderfully nosy world. Let's chat about something that keeps us all up at night. No, not coffee. I'm talking about data sharing. Now, I know what you're thinking. Will the tax people see this? Can my mom access this to nag more about my job? What if my spouse finds out how much I actually spend on art supplies? Fear not, my friends, for I bring tidings of great joy and even greater privacy. Here's the scoop. The tax department won't get their hands on your data, not even a smidge. And your mom? No, she's still trying to figure out how to use her smartphone, so your secrets are safe there. As for your spouse, let's just say, what happens in the database stays in the database. We're like the Las Vegas of data here. Everything you share is locked down tighter than your grandma's cookie jar. Your data slips into our system with a cloak of invisibility so strong, not even the keenest eye could spot it. But seriously, folks, while we're joking, the security of your data is no laughing matter. It's guarded like the crown jewels, only accessible to help us tailor policies and support that genuinely bolster the creative spirits of this world. It's a partnership, your secrets for our support, and not a peep goes beyond these digital walls. So, share your data, empower your art, and sleep easy tonight. We are the silent guardians of your creative dreams, anonymous, secure, and a tad mischievous. Expect privacy. Expect support. Expect us.
Sorry about that, but that's precisely what we mean. Your data is secure and will only be used to create strategies and policies whenever needed. Besides trust issues with sharing data, I hope that this video cleared up some uncertainties. Last year, we gathered at Cultura Foundation's headquarters, his backyard. And for months, we met with creatives and cultural entrepreneurs, discussing this video and this future that we're trying to build together. And in those gatherings, we learned more from them than we could ever have imagined. And that's when we realized we needed to go even further. We needed to engage with decision makers, policy makers, and the government. That's why we organized this conference, because as much as we value the grassroots work that we've been doing, we also need support from those in positions of power.
Exactly. We've seen too many times that they're not always listening. But we're so glad to see familiar faces in the audience today. And we hope this conference will help you understand our vision more deeply and join us in making this new chapter, mapping out our creative industries, a reality. And with a new government on the horizon, no matter who it will be, one thing is crucial: civic participation. Governments come and go, but organizations like Cultura remain. The recognition and involvement of civic organizations, just like ours, are essential if we are to build a new economic pillar. A pillar that won't just benefit the cultural sector, it will reach into every aspect of life of this island. It will impact mental health, social development, education, and so much more. So let's take this opportunity today to understand how vital this mapping effort is and how it can shape not only the future of our industries, but also the future of Aruba as a whole.
Today, we can assure you that within a couple of weeks, the new upgraded mapping initiative will restart. We can have an applause for that a little bit. Yeah.
So we have a new partner in the game. We have guaranteed the funding that was also needed, and we are almost ready to restart. Sometimes a new beginning is the best thing to do when you know what you are looking for.
At this point, we would like to welcome a key player who has been instrumental in shaping Aruba's tourism strategy, someone who understands the importance of data and its power to drive change. Indeed, we are pleased to introduce Ronella Cruz, CEO of Aruba Tourism Authority, ATA. The ATA has long been an entity on the island that not only collects data, but uses it in a truly strategic way. Through their efforts, they don't just focus on growth. They constantly assess how to redirect their sales when needed. This isn't just about increasing tourist numbers. It's about creating experiences that resonate within the guests and locals.
Now, I've experienced firsthand, and I've told them about this, I don't work at the Tourism Authority, I'm an outsider, but I've experienced Ronella and her team firsthand, and they have shown a deep commitment to ensuring that the tourism industry continues to benefit the island as a whole, keeping the well-being of our island community at the forefront of their strategies. So, without further ado, let's warmly welcome Ronella Cruz, CEO of the Aruba Tourism Authority, who will also share with us how culture and creativity can transform the tourism experience while keeping our island's identity intact. Bom dia.
Bom dia, Unitur. Feliz dia. Tem chance para apurato ta quenta de audiência. Coisa como avisa minha colega não cava tá com nós tem 2 semanas com diferente conferência. Então me apunta nós gente não com não a participar de nossa conferência não avisa me sim. Me tá tremendo, great. Nós por compartilhar mensagem e expandir, do qual nós tá pensa de sector e com gente não escuta nos mensagens ainda quizás. Pois está prazer para nós estar presente junto com diferentes colegas na DIMI. Na minha axis aqui também. Ok. Senão nós estamos também improvisando aqui. Ok, me switch by inglês um rato. It is a true honor to stand before you at this remarkable gathering. Mi hasi un rato assim. It is a true honor to stand before you at this remarkable gathering, the CreActivo Conference, a conference reflecting the importance of culture and creativity as part of Aruba's future. This conference will surely showcase the vibrancy of our island, as well as the strength of partnerships built to elevate our cultural and creative industries. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Cultura team, the initiator of this conference, but also the engine behind many other creative and cultural endeavors. The Aruba Tourism Authority is a proud contributor of this event, but our partnership has been in place for years, evident through the various ventures launched, whether it be directed to the community, the artists, to our island guests, and so forth. But before I proceed, we too have a video, so please allow me to share critical aspects of what is happening within the industry of travel and tourism.
Travel lights a spark in all of us. It opens our hearts and minds to new ideas, cultures, and environments. For those who dive headfirst, it creates an unspoken bond that transcends borders and reveals our shared humanity. And it's only one plane ride away if you're brave enough to book the ticket. But where has it really taken us? Travel is a massive industry. It's the #1 employer in the world, and as it grows, it comes at a huge cost. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We know the system isn't working. So, where do we go from here? I've met leaders from all over the world smashing through barriers and using tourism's might to create the future that they want to see for people, climate, and biodiversity. Each place has real solutions to our toughest problems. Not far off in the future, they exist today.
We are part of the problem and not the solution so far.
This is a transition of an entire ecosystem and how it would like to relate to society.
It's time for the travel industry to be the bold leadership our world needs by rapidly spreading ideas and solutions. There's a chance for travel to usher in a truly sustainable future. This is the only industry that can show people that a better way of living is not only possible, but it's already happening.
Never look at tourism as a goal in and of itself. Look at the society's interest.
Start building alliances.
Whether you're a large city or a small town like we are, we all have to do it.
We need to protect quality of life and preserve the very reason people enjoy coming here.
I think our children own the destination, not we.
This is our moment to lead.
Impactful, right? A lot of messages covered. So we are part of a beautiful, beautiful, powerful industry. An industry where we can help people create lifetime, even once in a lifetime memories. But as any industry, same as the creative and cultural industry, we too face challenges within the world of tourism and travel. What powerful quotes as well. Like my dear friend, and I kid you not, I know him, I worked with him, Roger Davids. He was the one who said, I think our children own the destination, not we. Very profound. And what about how the video ends? Let's show the world what is possible. The video we just showcased was launched globally on World Tourism Day, September 27th, and it is basically a collection of stories from 100 places around the world, including Aruba. It features programs and activities that carry the importance of a sustainable development. Yes, Aruba has stories to share, such as the one being featured, Turning Trash into Treasure, which embodies the principles of circular economy by transforming waste into souvenirs and other products. In our case, the work conducted by the Plastic Beach Party organization. These kinds of initiatives remind us that every action geared towards preservation counts, whether it be big or small. And this is especially crucial when we consider the state of our tourism industry, being, in our case, Aruba, and in our case, Aruba being one of the top 3 countries in the world most reliant on tourism when measuring the contribution of tourism to GDP. We too, of course, face unique challenges. While the tourism industry is strong and vibrant, it is also very vulnerable, and we know this firsthand. As we anticipate stable tourism arrivals in 2025 compared to 2024, and as we anticipate continued growth in tourism receipts, we must address the growing global and local concerns around over-tourism, esta sobreturismo. That is, the significant negative impact of tourism on the host communities and the natural environment. And in Aruba, we are not immune to this wave of skepticism. We are aware of the sentiment of our locals and of the concerns expressed, which have served as a guiding principle in defining AT's multi-annual corporate strategy for 2025 all the way to 2035. With concrete actions, of course, set out for the next 5 years, which are also included in our corporate plan and budget for 2025. Together with critical strategic shifts planned by the ATA, we recognize that the task at hand is vast for 2025 and beyond. Our mission is to safeguard the key pillar of the economy, our tourism industry, and to ensure that its vital contribution to Aruba and our people's livelihood is safeguarded, basically. And one key aspect of any industry's success, as already indicated, is the ability to measure and understand progress. Though often overlooked, data is a powerful tool that helps shape strategies and measure their impact. And this also applies, of course, to the cultural and creative industry. At the ATA, we recognize the critical role of data-driven decision-making in shaping Aruba's tourism success. Leveraging data enables us to monitor trends, identify opportunities, and craft strategies that promote sustainable growth while preserving Aruba's distinct identity. Both our international marketing efforts and our destination development efforts are very much developed and tracked through a variety of data points. Our success, including more and more actions focused on protection and balance, is grounded in research and data. So recent research examples include, for instance, updates to ATA's carrying capacity study, which includes another round of a visitor sentiment survey, but also a local sentiment survey, an overhaul also of ATA's tourism impact model, capturing different scenarios, as well as other key pieces of research, which I'm sharing as examples. And these include a niche framework, which we just completed, an events roadmap, a luxury cruise research, a culinary roadmap, a brand tracking study of everything we do in the US market, economic impact studies, and updates to our short-term vacation rentals analysis. So these are examples. But also one that I wanted to highlight is, aside from these, we also, for instance, track the flow of guests on island to better manage visitor flow. Through product updates, such as at the Ayo Rock Formation, and through the introduction of new experiences, such as the mountain bike trails, we better try to, of course, disperse the guests around the island. And in order to outline the best strategies and make informed decisions, but also to lobby for certain aspects, especially as it pertains to the protection of fragile sites, for example, Bushiribana, we track visitor flow and collect data. So the ATA installed, for this purpose, sensors at key tourist sites. These sensors provide the ATA with real-time data, allowing us to enhance visitor experiences with live occupancy information and eventually to be able to optimize visitor flow based on data analytics. This includes potential policies to even limit visits at certain locations. As an entity very much aware of the importance of data capture and of the application of facts and insights, we of course also support the cultural and creative industries initiative to improve data availability and its practical application. Our support includes efforts to collect and analyze data to map Aruba's cultural and creative industries. This mapping initiative is a major step forward. With this data, we can identify which areas of the creative economy are thriving and where more attention is needed. It allows us to further fine-tune development strategies based on solid evidence, ensuring we invest where the impact will be the greatest. In the long run, the creative sector's growth, backed by data, will enrich Aruba's cultural landscape and contribute to sustainable tourism and economic development. And this is key. Today's travelers seek experiences with deep connections to places they visit. And this is greatly obtained through our hospitality, culture, and creativity. Through these avenues, this is where connections basically take place. Ultimately, responsible practices should be advocated for, emphasizing environmental conservation and socio-cultural integrity, and this for the benefit of our residents, but also our guests. And this necessitates a shift towards a tourism model that gives back more to Aruba than it takes. Tourism should generate meaningful employment, yes, but it should also help restore natural ecosystems enhance cultural heritage, and enhance our national reputation. It should instill pride and foster a celebration of who we are, our unique people and place. Therefore, we will, and I call for others to place more emphasis on responsible and sustainable tourism, and to also aspire to ultimately transition to a regenerative tourism model, which aims to contribute to Aruba's cultural, natural, and community well-being, and repair harm done by over-tourism and mass tourism over time. So the need to shift is evident. And when reviewing the impact of over-tourism and the growing negative sentiment worldwide, one aspect we can conclude is that creativity is required to manage the tourism industry and to tackle over-tourism head-on. Our commitment to transition and to move our destination to one that aims to create net positive effects through increasing the regenerative capacity of human societies and ecosystems holds great responsibility. It determines the direction of not only how we contribute to the economic sustainability of Aruba, but it entails the careful act of balancing the needs of our community, the experience of our visitors, and the sustainability of our island for future generations. All of which lie at the core of the high-value, low-impact tourism model, which will continue to be our guiding principle. All aspects highlighted so far do form part of our fourth multi-annual corporate strategy. I also wanted to highlight another critical shift. In this document, we highlight the fact that we will no longer focus on what can Aruba do for its visitors, but rather on what can Aruba do for its guests, and what can our guests do for Aruba. The manner in which we perceive our visitors with a new, refreshed perspective of viewing them as our guests, nos huésped na, forms an integral part of our pivot towards responsible tourism. We want our visitors to adopt a guest mindset when visiting our home, and as such, consider their footprint when roaming around and enjoying our island, while respecting and embracing the slower-paced island life and being grateful for the Aruba experience, what we refer to as the Aruba effect. We will continue to focus on attracting, of course, high-value guests, but less emphasis will be placed on attracting more arrivals, and more emphasis will be placed on our replacement strategy. What do I mean by this? Through our replacement strategy, we will broaden the definition of our target audience to attract a greater proportion of like-minded guests as part of our overall visitor base. So who are our high-value guests? Those who value our responsible tourism mindset, contribute to our economy, respect our culture and natural environment, and protect destination brand, our destination brand. So behavioral change shall be promoted through education in the different stages of the customer journey, including before they visit Aruba. This will be quite a shift in Aruba's international brand positioning. We want guests to leave Aruba knowing that they've had a meaningful experience and contributed to our island's betterment, whether it's through supporting local artists, participating in conservation efforts, or engaging in cultural experiences. And this is where you, our artists and creatives, play a central role, of course. You assist in maintaining and stimulating Aruba's authenticity. Your work is not just part of the tourism experience, it is at the heart of it. Embedded in our culture and identity. It is part of what sets our destination apart from others. And at the ATA, we play a critical role, of course, at least we try to, in safeguarding and sharing Aruba's authenticity by empowering and including local communities in meaningful ways. Through initiatives initiated by the ATA are greatly supported by the ATA. And these include, and I'll give you some examples of how we showcase our authenticity, how we support our authentic identity and culture and creativity. But some examples include, for instance, what we're doing this week. We're launching a new event, Auténtico. But the Aruba Art Fair is also one event that we've supported since the get-go, and we're very proud of the results. The Bombini Festival, held every week, is also supported by the Aruba Tourism Authority, and for that matter, through funds coming in, or via funds coming in through tourism, or via tourism. But we are also a great supporter of our biggest cultural manifestation, which is Carnival. We also support Dia de Brasil, tremendous work conducted by Fundação Chico Harms. Or we also support, for instance, the Aruba Signature Experiences, a program launched with credits where we provide microfinancing to entrepreneurs engaged in new business ventures focusing on cultural aspects, weddings, wellness, etc. But not to forget, and many present here today, I see a lot of familiar faces, but many of you know that we work closely on a variety of projects, whether it be photographers, videographers, people writing beautiful stories about Aruba. We work with many of our local talent, and we also were very proud to say that through our avenues, we also not only work with you, many of you, but we also help you also elevate your craft. Because oftentimes, you also get to collaborate with international parties and will work on projects that are so important for the ATA and Aruba. And we're very proud to be able to do that as well. But not to also forget our music events. I mean, we showcase local talent and we provide international platforms for them to also shine. As we move forward, I encourage you to keep pushing the boundaries of your creativity, innovate, explore new ideas, and take pride in the fact that you are shaping Aruba's future. You have the power to create opportunities for personal and financial growth while also contributing to the prosperity of our island as a whole. At the ATA, we are guided by a set of principles that will shape our work over the next decade. And we call this vision a compass. This will guide us for the next 10 years. Courage. So tourism's success is a collective effort, and I encourage you to be bold in your endeavors, take risks, embrace change, and know you are critical in shaping Aruba's future. Curiosidad. As we transition toward responsible and regenerative tourism, curiosity will be our guide, and let curiosity drive your creativity and open doors to new opportunities. Compassion. We have deep gratitude for what tourism has brought to Aruba, but we must also be compassionate toward our environment, culture, and communities. Growth should never come at the expense of our authenticity and cultural heritage. Y corazón. At the heart of everything we do is Aruba itself, our home, nos cas, our people, our culture. By protecting our island and preserving its culture, we create a future that honors our past and builds a brighter tomorrow. So, damas y caballero, do qual mi atresidilante nota novo. Esfuerzo ng abinta guardo hasiya kabaribe área ng aqui. Incluso, pa medio de hopi presente aqui não. Pero de nós banda, esfuerzo não simplesmente mester bira mais, como ata, e não lo bira mais. Aruba lo para mais proteção como parte de sua estratégia, ambos de comunicação e de maneira que nós posicionar Aruba e, claro, de maneira que nós desenvolvemos produto turístico. Again, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to the Cultura Foundation for its outstanding efforts in empowering our artists and creatives. Your work sheds a deserving light on the vast potential within the cultural and creative industries. You've gone beyond merely providing a platform for our creatives. You've given them a voice, a space to grow, and the recognition they deserve, the recognition you deserve. And your initiatives are not only essential, but groundbreaking, and they're playing a vital role in the future of our islands. Manera nos abisa na várias ocasiões, Aruba dushi pa biba, ta Aruba dushi pa bishita. And this is a shared responsibility. So collectively, we must never lose sight of what makes Aruba a great vacation experience. Our friendliness and welcoming nature, among other qualities, must continue to shine. We have confidence that it will, as after all, we believe that it is part of our DNA. Aruba unda e huésped nota sentia bombini den nos cas, nota ni opção, ni algo para contemplar. E me tinture confiança que a conscientização da importância do turismo e de lo que Macabibisa está presente. Pois, permiti-me compartilhar hecho que não tem lugar, basicamente, para ir contra de nos huésped, não? Que um sentimento que você mira, quizás na Aruba, para meio de algum, ou internacionalmente. Como Aruba não tem nem capacidade, espaço para por pensar de direção em não. Isso é algo hopi importante. Nós temos que proteger nosso turismo, mas nós temos que melhorar onde por proteção e balança da mensagem ng hopi clave, de maneira que nós temos que seguir adiante. And as we reflect on the importance of preserving our culture and nurturing local talent, it's important to remember the profound impact creativity and authenticity have on a community's identity. As the saying goes, creativity is the lifeblood of culture, and authenticity is its heartbeat. Together, they shape the stories that connect us to our roots and inspire the world. This is exactly what we strive for at the ATA, to empower our local creatives and ensure that Aruba's authentic culture not only thrives, but shines on the global stage. Thank you, everybody. Misa komita presente aqui nandilante visionário ng, artista ng, creatives, educador ng, diferente colega ng mundo de turismo. Imita honrado de por a compartir momento aqui com boso. Imita mira diferente com a hunga papel também de mesmo educação, incluso Maybelline, usulasam de piano, pero mais danke para tudo o qual boso tahasi. Isa ko boso ta hope importante ta honor para nós ta colaborador para hasi possível a conferência aqui, pero também é estúdio que aguardo mencionar anteriormente, pois nós tem para brindar esse sustento e me espero que a mensagem a ressonar e que você possa identificar você mesmo também na direção e a mensagem que nós traz adiante. Hope êxito, mas danke.
Thank you. Thank you, Ronella, for that insightful presentation. One thing that stuck with me since the World Tourism Day was that there is a shift in motion that made me extremely excited, because I started thinking that that provides opportunities for the cultural and creative industries to be a very key and important part of this shift that is in motion.
Absolutely. And I think with initiatives such as this, creating the mapping and structuring it even better, we can only expect it to be enhanced.
Exactly. Now, during the presentation, Ronella shared quite a few things, a lot of information. What impacted you the most?
That they support Dia di Brazil in my neighborhood. Ronella, you know, every year you'll find me.
I know.
No. I liked her explanation on data analytics. I think data is something that tends to scare people a little bit because it sounds so complicated, but the way that you had showcased it made it really real for everyone to understand, and the emphasis on responsible tourism. I think in our introduction, we had mentioned it's not only about the numbers, but it's the way that you do this, and I think that's something that we can definitely learn from.
One of the things that you also mentioned is that there is a guiding compass, and 4 elements of this guiding compass would be courage, compassion,
coração,
heart,
what was the other one?
And compassion.
Curiosity.
Courage, and yeah, exactly.
Do these 4 concepts guide you? How?
Every day.
They do?
Yes, because as a creative, I think we need a lot of courage. We're faced not only with success, but many times with challenges and roadblocks. You need courage to continue.
You need heart to be able to guide you through all of the obstacles that you face, and also to be the passion that drive your efforts.
You have to have compassion with not only the human beings that surround you, but also with the natural heritage that you've inherited. And as the video that Ronella presented said, we've inherited this from our children. It's like they're the owners of that.
Absolutely. And the
how about curiosity?
To learn more, to develop ourselves, to find out things that, like you had mentioned, there are things that we know, there are things that we don't know. And I think you possess a lot of curiosity. I'm going to look at your mom. Has he always been this curious?
She even has a name for me.
She was like this. She was like, yes.
Yeah.
It helps you.
It did. How is it? Teileilenspiegel? Yeah. Okay, so those that sent us a message about the Wi-Fi, if you're not connected yet, you can choose RENCC, it's Renaissance Convention Center, and the password would be convention with capital C, so convention 2220 if you want to connect to the Wi-Fi. So choose RENCC and connect to convention 2220, capital C.
I'm going to take a picture of the audience.
And you're going to post it on Hoover,
yeah,
probably. So talking about Hoover, talking about the app, we do see that there were pictures posted. There we go. No, I see the 2 of us. Oh, I'm going to like it. I already have my ticket for Authentico, but then I'm going to like it anyway. So the picture that has the most likes. Look at Lotte.
Lotte and their pastici.
Yeah. So remember, at the end of the day, the picture that has the most likes, you will win a ticket for Authentico Culinary Festival. It's happening this coming Saturday and Sunday, the 12th and 13th of October. There's going to be the Iron Chef, there's going to be a bartender's brawl, and Wilhelmina Straat will be completely transformed for you to experience this authentic culinary festival. It is a moment for us to continue with important discussion.
Yes. And for this next part, we are going to have a panel session where 2 contributors to our conference, the Aruba Tourism Authority and also the AHATA, will be represented on stage together with Adjan and I. But we would like to invite Ms. Ronella Cruz and also Ms. Tisa Lasort so that they can join us here on stage. With your applause.
Ms. Lasort is the CEO of the Aruba Hotel and Tourism Association. Ronella, thank you once more for being with us. We call you once more on stage. And Tisa is newly on the stage. Welcome. Yes. Okay. It's up to you. Yes.
It's perfect. You feel comfortable? Okay, wonderful. All right. So we are honored to have you two here with us to be able to share some very, very useful knowledge with us. We want to thank you for being willing to share your experience so that we can all learn from each other. If at one point anyone has a question that you would like to present, please go on the app and post your questions there, and we will be taking a look in a minute.
Or at the end, we'll have the Q&A. 10
Okay.
minutes. Maybe I'll go into the audience and let them pose their questions.
Perfect. So to start off, we'd like to know, how can Aruba's tourism sector actively contribute to the growth and visibility of local artists and creatives, ensuring that they play a central role in the island's identity as a destination?
Who starts?
Go ahead.
So, they're supposed to be. There you go.
Yeah, okay, so there are many ways, of course. Some are doing them and some are not doing them. So industry and the hotel industry, for example, and the restaurant industry, so the hospitality industry can have a more collaborative relationship, right, with the creative sector and coming up with ideas and how they can be represented within the industry. The difficult part to remember is that all industries are in the business of satisfying their customers. So I think the challenge is for the creative industry is to find a way to marry their desire and ability and skill and talent to express themselves creatively with a need of a customer. That's always, to develop an industry, that's always what you need to develop, right? So you need to satisfy a need, you need to have something, you need to have a product, let's call it, that there is a demand for. Then you need to be able to market that. And then that buyer needs to be aware that you can offer something that they need to satisfy their customers with. So I think this is where we're still requiring, and I don't want to keep using the word conversation because we're having a lot of conversations. I think everybody's ready for action rather than conversation. But to get to action, you do require dialogue that is towards solutions. So I think as AHATA, for example, we have a key role in encouraging the industry to be more open-minded about inclusion of culture and inclusion of local art and local creative expression. And then the creative industry has a responsibility in making sure that they are marketing it properly, that they are, let's call it, packaging it properly so that they can show that they're satisfying a need that may be available in the market.
And to assess these needs through conversations, this can be made clear to the creative so that they can match what the sector sees as a necessity?
Yes, I'm not aware of all the details of the mapping project, but I'm hoping that mapping project will also include those kinds of, like it's an inventory of what's available, but also an inventory of opportunity, correct? But I'll give an example of matching. So we, for example, this is a small example, but there's somebody in the audience here that I saw. We, for example, have been, as AHATA, we were sponsoring childcare, creche, right? We call them creche. But these were because childcare is very important, right, for the working population to be able to go to work. So there's what I mean with that marriage. We have a need to have proper childcare, and then there's childcare centers that use a lot of creativity to engage the children with creativity and art, for example, to develop those skills. So we sought out a few of those that were also went through a rigorous process with the government, that they were complying with certain requirements that the government had for them. There was a certification. And then also making sure that they included creativity and teaching within their program. So therefore, we supported them financially to help encourage that and to reward them also for their efforts. And there's a creative kids camp, for example, that a summer camp that was for creativity that we sponsored. So these are ways that you can help each other, develop each other, and we're looking at it as a long-term investment in terms of developing sort of the future workforce that has these creative skills.
Now, Ronella, how do you envision the tourism industry and the cultural and creative industries working together to differentiate Aruba in the entire Caribbean region and create authentic guest experiences?
Oh, wow, through different avenues. I think that as the ATA, we try to play a vital role in that regard through educational sessions So meaning, so going back to the connection, a better, closer connection and collaborative way of working between tourism and the creative and cultural industry. So that entails also educational sessions in order for everybody present and those in the industry to learn about what the needs are of the industry, but primarily going back to the guests. What is the customer, what is the client looking for? But also through other avenues. As indicated, we work closely with the creative industry on projects. We support several cultural endeavors. So I named a number of examples. But I think that what is important is I think that the preconditions have to be strengthened. The preconditions for success, I mean. And what do I mean by that is the infrastructure. So I applaud the initiative. For instance, I saw a couple of weeks ago, I believe it was Mr. Quandes? Ivan Quandes, a platform for musicians. Yes. I applaud such initiatives because it allows everybody to, it makes it easier for us. Exactly. So make it easier also for us to help you. So that's what I mean with preconditions of success. Infrastructure, certification, policies geared towards stimulating the cultural sector, but even, for instance, a SEO for local products. Such things will enable us to also better assist the sector. But in any case, I mentioned a couple of examples. I mean, it's through sponsorship, it's through creating, initiating new events and ventures, but a lot of projects where we collaborate with local talent and try to marry the two. The creative cultural industry and the tourism industry. Yeah.
Tisa, you would like to
add I just
something?
wanted to add, I wanted to emphasize one of the things that Ronella mentioned that I think is actually really key for the room to understand. Because I had a conversation with a group of musicians years ago about that. Like how do we get hired more, right? And I remember at the time saying, to assume that all these companies know who everybody is, everybody that's available, you cannot assume that. So at the time I used the word catalog. Right, like we need some form of a catalog, and that's the infrastructure aspect that Ronella mentioned, where you have to make it easier for them to be able to know that you're present. It's part of the marketing, right? Make it easier for them to know what is available, And then the other thing to remember, one of the C's I would love to add to the list is compromiso, because that also requires a commitment on both sides. Because one of the things we hear a lot also is, yes, we need them also, if we're going to engage somebody, we want to make sure they arrive on time, right? If I'm going to hire you to do something at happy hour, for example, you arrive at 5, you have to arrive at 4:30, you cannot arrive at 6. So that compromiso, that discipline is required on both sides. So the industry can open its doors more, right? And be more aware of what the contributions are that the creative sector can deliver to its customers. And it also requires a commitment on the other end to have a disciplined product and a disciplined presence, and that they're delivering as such.
All right. Now we got a question. Great presentation. Is the data shown during the presentation available publicly?
Yes, which
it is.
Yep. Yes. If the person sending this message has a specific request in terms of data, so a specific data point, please approach me. No
All right.
problem. Yeah.
Amy?
You want to add something? No. I wanted to touch on something that, Ronella, you had mentioned. You said policies, initiatives. What policies or initiatives are currently in place or should be in place to be implemented to ensure that the development of tourism and cultural industry leads to inclusive and also long-term benefits for the Aruban community?
Yeah, I think that, so what is very important is that at a certain point, tourism has its limits. So at a certain point, there will be no more growth, basically, through tourism as it pertains to arrivals, but also while we continue to make sure and continue to display efforts to capture more of the monetary returns, of course, at a certain point, we will reach a point of stagnation. So for us, as part of our agenda, it is very important to focus on economic diversification. And I start by saying that because there has to be a true recognition of this industry being one of the economic pillars. So let's start there. So on a higher level. So part of the economic agenda for Aruba should be recognizing that this industry is one of the industries to develop as part of the economic diversification. And from that on, of course, the policies are developed then. And in that regard, it is a combination of different aspects. So tapping into what we just mentioned, these are simpler things, if you will. But I believe also that more on a macro level, then we have to think about national education, for instance, starting at schools even. What are the opportunities? Thinking about the education system as well. Why not more facilities and options for people to really venture into this direction? And for others to also choose Aruba as a place to learn more about creative crafts, but also the creative industry, and basically be here to follow a particular study. So that is also an option. So from that angle, so it taps into different things. So that's education, but it also fosters immediately awareness also and pride amongst our community about what we have to offer. And then you have other aspects. And then I think about, for instance, fiscal incentives, but also other avenues to be able to really push this forward. There has to be a specific budget, of course, to support this as well.
Yes, I completely agree with the fiscal incentives to create, for the entrepreneurship within the creative industry. And I agree with having the requirement in education for the creative sector. I would add that there are some specific things you could do. One Ronella mentioned in her presentation is the strategic change that the ATA is making towards the replacement strategy. I think that's a key one. If you are starting to target the type of tourist to come to the island that is more appreciative of culture, that wants to absorb culture, to try to target them more and to grow that segment of your tourism base, that's a huge part that you can make some changes. And I think there's like some basic things. Aruba sort of developed fast without, I don't know who's in the room, but without a lot of strategy, right? Like sort of building permits were given out, and you could have policies again, for architectural design, for example, right? You could have some basic norms for architectural design that you would require if a new building is being built. There are many policies like that you could introduce, even if we're a little late.
Now, what advice do you both have for creatives moving forward in this shift that we are aware of? The creatives looking to navigate this evolving tourism landscape, if you tie it in with, again, the compassion, the courage, the curiosity, the heart, what advice do you have for those creatives that maybe today started thinking, how am I going to evolve and navigate through this new direction? What advice do you have for them?
Well, first of all, I think united you stand stronger. So I applaud the initiatives also of Cultura Foundation. That is why we also collaborate very closely with you, because we see this as an opportunity. So united you stand stronger, and under such a unison, I mean, you can collaborate on different fronts. So that's one of them. Yes, we do have experiences with working with many of those present in the room and others as well in the industry. Do not be overly protective. So be open to share and believe in the process, because I know that, it's you're very protective about what you produce, your ideas, your plans, but be open to also share and see that as an opportunity. And in terms of advice, it continues to go back to united, so unite, but also just making sure that you make our lives also easier. So the platforms, the infrastructure has to be in place, the inventory, so simple things of, how it will facilitate our assistance, and it will facilitate inclusion within the tourism industry. These are simple things, actually.
Yeah.
So, so I'm very excited about the projects and everything that you guys have planned.
Yeah, I think these are
Looking
very
forward
practical
to that. Looking forward to that.
steps that can be taken. I appreciate that.
Tisa?
Yeah, I think Renella said it very nicely. I would add maybe one more thing because I agree with everything she said. Mentoring, mentorship. You know, we have people in the room that have made very successful businesses out of their creative talent. And they could be mentoring others. I know we're busy people, but we can mentor others. So collaboration is important, mentorship is important, and then, yeah, sharing and support and infrastructure. I'm back to that. I totally agree with that. You need to be able to present what you have to offer to a potential user of that offering.
All right. We want to thank you for this moment. However, we do have the questions moment. And I see through the Hoover app that we have a few questions. Most CCI's initiatives are geared towards tourists, meaning they have the tourists in mind. How about the local community? How can we get the locals more involved?
Can you repeat the first part of the question more?
Most CCI's initiatives, Culture and Creative Industries initiatives, are geared towards tourists, meaning they have the tourists in mind. How about the local community? How can we get the locals more involved?
So meaning locals as participants or from the
I think
business sides as suppliers?
That's what I understood. To get locals, I think, more participating in these initiatives because they are geared towards tourists.
I think that's where I have to assume this is what the question meant, but it sounds like they're seeing the tourist as the market to purchase the artwork or whatever we want to call it, right? So how do we get the local community also to appreciate art enough? I'm using art. I know it's only one of the expressions, but to appreciate art enough to also invest in it. That requires these kinds of public kind of presentations of what is available. But I go back to marketing. You need to show what you have to offer. People need to see what you have to offer. People need to know you're there. People need to be inspired by it. You know, when we've had art exhibits, they do sell. You know, so it's about putting it out there so people are aware. And I mean, the art festival in St. Nicholas, locals go to that, right?
Yeah.
So we need to organize.
All right. What, according to you, is a culturally authentic experience in Aruba? I think this is very personal, but what according to you, is a culturally authentic experience in Aruba?
Well, Dande comes to mind and Carnival comes to mind.
All right. Tisa?
Dande for me is very sentimental, so I would agree with. I think anytime you have a really local meal, anytime, honestly, a conversation with a local person is a cultural experience, right? When you're truly delving into, I'm one of the older ones in the room, I think, older generations in the room. We have a lot of, when we talk about when I talk about caquinha, I feel sentimental, right? When I talk about certain candies, it's all part of what we lived and it's all part of our culture. And so there's a lot of expressions that we can still make sure are not forgotten.
Yeah, and I think it's very important to recognize that culture evolves as well. I mean, it's an evolutionary process. So I recognize all of the young talents coming on board, but indeed, I mean, when in Aruba, first of all, you encounter the hospitality. So hospitality is a culture, is part of our DNA. So we say our belief system is that our hospitality is part of our culture.
All right.
So it's embedded there. And, it's transmitted then through young and old. And that is, of course, part of the authenticity.
Yeah. Tisa, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm looking up and I'm seeing a couple of people in the audience that I know have been working in the creative industry a very long time and successfully and well known. I won't mention their name, but you all know who they are. One thing we haven't talked about a lot is it also requires hard work. So the ones who are successful aren't only because they were talented and they had a commitment and everything else. They worked hard, and that we don't always want to admit that that's part of it. But no industry becomes successful without a lot of elbow grease, as we call it.
All right. You have the next question?
Yeah. Would you be open to funding projects like accredited schools for the performing arts for the region, where we can attract also different visitors and enhance our skills, talents, crafts, and professionalism?
Yeah, I think we would be open to indeed evaluate such endeavors. Yes. It goes back to what I mentioned, actually. So why not explore different avenues of how to do it? But let's start first of all with our own industry locally, how to strengthen that. And then, of course, indeed, I mean, on a regional basis, we can collaborate with others. But I think there's a lot of work to be done here. And let's start there.
AHATA, for example, already supports culinary schools, for example, right? We financially support culinary schools. We provide them with the tools they need, the equipment they need. We support social funds for schools so that the kids who don't have the financial means to attend the school can get the financial funds to attend school to make education accessible. So those are all the kinds of things that we would be willing to do in a broader, culinary arts is also part of the creative industry, but we would do it for a broader base as well. It does have to be organized, however. It does have to be official. It has to be registered. But absolutely, we would support it.
How do we shape the islands to be more cultural and culturally expressive? Like was said, a lot was built and catered at the cost of our culture and it drowned. How do we revive this in language, marketing, and tone of voice to the tourist, but also locals who can feel like secondary?
Yeah, so there. I mean, I'll just give an example. Our zonification law, for instance. So ATA was one of the critical stakeholders, as part of the process of developing that legislation. But there, for example, we basically outlined which areas are designated for what type of development. So it is no wonder that you see, for instance, Wilhelminastraat. You see downtown becoming more of a culinary scene, a culinary product as part of Aruba's overall product. It is not it is by design also that you see also what's happening in St. Nicholas. So these are examples of the how. The how do we make sure then that culture is more present and that Aruba offers that more of an cultural expressive product.
All right.
So this is just an example in terms of zonification and making sure that indeed you stop certain developments in certain areas and you promote certain developments in certain areas. So that's just as an example.
Yeah. I think it's the human connection. So it's about speaking up. Again, I'm one of the older generations in the room, so I remember when tourism was smaller, right? When we started out earlier in tourism, one of the success stories the biggest success of Aruba was the connection between the local people and the tourists. And you would hear stories about, somebody who worked at a hotel, for example, invited that tourist to come to his house for his birthday party, and those, or another one brought cookie lerchi that she made at home for her family, and she brought some of those cookies to the visitor and explain what the cookies were. And so I think a lot of it is that human connection and having that interaction with each other and speaking authentically with each other. But there's other little things that a lot of these restaurants and hotels can do. Like on the menus, you can have the papiamento word as well as the English word, for example, right? On the signs at an event at a hotel, you can have the papiamento word as well as the English word. There's a lot we as the industry can still do to make sure that it's still integrated in what we're showing without taking away what they also need, which is the English.
And just not to forget about applying technology. I mean, nowadays, if we get the content as the ATA, we can do a lot with content. We can do a lot. We can disseminate, we can distribute content through different avenues on an international platform, etc. So content production is very important in order for us to communicate through technological platforms what Aruba has to offer as well, and to share this.
All right, we have some more questions coming in. Ajahn, do we have time for a few more? Do we do one more? All right.
After this, we have a break. We have a coffee break, just so you know. I think people need maybe a break. It's a lot of information to process. Maybe they need to go to the toilet. Maybe you need refreshments.
Do you need a break?
We are getting many great questions. So let's do 2 more questions, because Tisa and Ronella are very eager to answer and go into content and yes, it's a nice conversation. And the questions keep coming in.
See, what I wanted to ask is a question that goes back to what you had mentioned. There was mention about bringing Aruban culture in local architecture. Is there a collaboration with APE or APB, especially towards Bouwkunde sector? Or is that something that we can think about for the future?
Something to think about for the future. There is no collaboration at this moment.
Okay.
However, on AT's agenda, there is a project where we want to collaborate with the government in terms of setting the standards of building, so building codes. So safeguarding, thereby safeguarding cultural aspects, safeguarding a particular presentation of your island, safeguarding a particular quality of life for our residents. So we do want to focus on an urban plan, but more from that angle. That is part of one of AT's projects, I can add.
The question about what national inventory does the government and ATA have on cultural heritage, creative industries, is there a list? Is this part of the data, and how are the community involved in this? May I answer that? It's part of the mapping efforts, right? We're going to be announcing this and giving more information soon. What for creative and artistic platforms do you think is missing? I think we're going to be discovering that in the mapping efforts also. There is an exodus, last question. There is an exodus of professional artists whom have invested in academic studies to grow in their creative field or even a brain drain. What can ATA and AHATA do to stimulate our developing talent which lives abroad? Diaspora, that.
We have a lot of talent that lives abroad, not just creative, right? There's a lot of Arubans we want to bring back. I believe that we've talked about this a lot. Nobody really has the answer, but I still believe that in the end it has to be that they need to see vibrant opportunity, and that's what brings them back. So I think once you have the mapping, you have infrastructure, and they start seeing an industry developing truly, because right now it's very anecdotal, like you said earlier, Edgen. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like people have their successes here and there. It's not been, I think then they see that there's something to come back for. They just can't see, it's not visible to them.
And I think it goes back to how I think that one of the first things that I mentioned, just orange economy is part of economic diversification of Aruba.
And that eventually...
And that goes beyond what is there in terms of business opportunities through the tourism sector.
Yeah.
It goes beyond that. So that recognition and establishing that and then working as such, moving forward with that in mind, that will create a lot of spin-off for and also attract talent to come back home, hopefully. Yeah.
Let me mention something that's a little controversial. Because I've had this conversation in the tech sector too, about the young ones in the tech sector coming back. And one thing that I heard often in that sector was that a lot of those that went abroad now have a pareja that is not Aruban. And that is one of the reasons that they don't feel like they can come back, because they can't get a permit for the pareja. So that is also, it goes beyond just deciding, you know, what do we make it attractive for them? And we talk about policies, right? What kinds of policies can we put in place to help? You know, maybe you put a specific policy for the creative industry, you know, or for the tech industry, where it's easier to bring their spouse or girlfriend, boyfriend, because you want to bring them back to the island. It's the same as a fiscal incentive. You can have those kinds of incentives also.
All right.
We can think about Aruba being an incubator. We can attract digital nomads specialized in orange economy. We can, you know, there's so much you can do.
Be done. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay if we send you the other questions and eventually you answer them? And
yep.
But the thing is, they're anonymous, so I did get a few through WhatsApp. I'm sorry, I see them now, but we do really have to take a break. Ronella, thank you so much for being part of the panel. Tisa, thank you so much for being part of the panel. Let's give them a big round of applause for their information. And folks, we are going to take a 15-minute coffee break. You can use these minutes to either take a toilet break, have refreshments, do some networking, and we'll be right back. Please, yes, do come back, and do send your pictures to the Huva app to continue having, after 15 minutes, a very powerful and valuable conversation. Thank you so much. Please come back.
Comike,
And remember that at the end of the break, our next speaker would be Mr. Ronchi de Cuba. He is speaking with no filters today, as he said on social media, so please do come back. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh.
Good morning, and we continue right here from the Renaissance Convention Center with CreActivo Conference. My name is Elizabeth Guanipa, and we will be joining you with Good morning and welcome back to the Renaissance Convention Center. My name is Elizabeth Guanipa, and I will be joining you through different interviews throughout the morning to learn a little bit more about this great content that we have been witnessing this morning. We are so glad that you are joining us in the first edition of the CreActivo conference. In just a few minutes, we will having a few of our panelist speakers, members of the public, who we will ask and get to know a little bit more from what they have experienced throughout the program. Stay tuned because we have different interesting topics, all very relative and very important for the creative, since the orange economy. It is a breakthrough moment for the island of Aruba when local creative minds take this initiative to come with a conference specifically focused on the creative industry, which for so many years have been in need of this attention in order to develop, to grow. We will call our first member of the public we would like to speak with. We are, hi, come, join me. How are you?
Fantastic as always. Come through.
Please, for our audience, your name and the creative industry that you come from.
Okay, I am Shargari Barrio. Don't even play with it. I come from radio, podcasting, fashion a little bit. Come through. Yes, no, we into all of it a little bit. But this is amazing. Like Edgen, like Go Cultura. I had no idea we were even part of this industry until we found out we were like part of this industry, you know?
You are the quintessential participant for this conference, like, because as you said, you are in the broadcasting industry, but also in the fashion industry. What have you taken so far from what you have heard?
Well, I feel like there's a lot to learn. I feel like there's a lot that people don't even get to share. So I feel like stuff like this is highly needed. And when you get to see these conversations of people that you don't really get a lot of opportunity to see them have these conversations. We had Tisa and like Ronella, everybody up on the stage asking questions that it's like, okay, this affects us really. So this is perfect that we have this opportunity. So I love it. I really, really love it.
Come closer, darling.
I'm sorry.
Is there something that you would like to see like a priority from all that we have already identified? Is there an area that you would like to set as a priority for the creatives?
I think for me, it's mainly on funding. Like, I feel like that's the biggest part of the creative sector. I feel like everybody there's a lot of people with great ideas. Everybody wants to do something, but financially, you can't afford to do a lot. So it's like, I hear you, what you have to say, but I kind of want to hear, how are you going to financially help me accomplish my goals and dreams, you know?
So, since we have you here, let's just pitch you. Like, and we know the Shargar, you're the show on the radio, but on the fashion industry, from those who don't know you yet, what exactly is it that you do?
Okay, so I actually own local apparel. So I have periodico apparel. Shout out to Periodico. Don't play. But that's kind of like what my area that I do when it comes to like fashion. I actually enjoy that. So I don't do main designing. I just do like t-shirts and different apparel. I do socks and speaking of but I just go into different things that I enjoy. Everything I like to do, that's why I'm like, let's make merch for that.
Again, don't be shy. Come over here.
Sorry.
You want
Stepping
you,
back.
I feel like San Nicolas has stepped up in recent years with a lot of creative people. Not that it hasn't been the case before, but it's more like more in the spotlight. What can you tell us about maybe peers that you have that are also from San Nicolas and they're also like looking for opportunities in this industry?
I think it's fabulous. Honestly, it's always existed. I don't know if we can just specifically say just San Nicolas. I feel like it's Aruba in general, but I love the fact that it's even getting to a point where all of this is actually getting highlighted and we're actually getting to see what has always been in like the backgrounds. Everything that like graffitis, what kids used to take like spray cans and like, spray the walls, and people would hate it. They would not look at it as art, but now they have glamorized graffitis and it's like, oh, this is beautiful and all this good stuff. So I still feel like they're both art in their own sector and in their own ways. And I love that we're actually putting a name on it now, and we're stamping like, hey, these people exist and they're doing their stuff. So I'm enjoying it. I really am enjoying it. And I love that we have these initiatives, and you have people like Ken Wolf and all these guys, like they used to really focus and press on arts in such a different way. And I feel like now they're getting to see like, hey, you didn't work for nothing, like you kind of paved the way for so much new, young, fresh talent to do their big ones and all of that. I enjoy it. I love it.
We heard from two leaders of the tourism industry. I would like to ask you, because you have your store of the Periodico brand right in the main street of San Nicolas, an area that, because of all the culture and artistic expression lately, has seen an increase in its visitors from the tourists. What are the reactions that you are getting from those visitors?
Well, I feel like now we're also seeing the difference with travelers. Aruba was at some point where people traveled for the beaches and the luxurious stuff and all that beautiful stuff. But now I feel like the travelers has changed. They kind of want to see culture. They want to see where the locals go. What do the locals do? I want to experience what the locals experience. I want to buy what the locals created. So I feel like now it's the best time to even focus and have so much more local diversity, because it's so needed. It's really, really needed. And you can see that with how they spend. Like, I feel like anybody that makes locals anything right now, they're noticing how much they're selling, like the increase on notoriety. And it's also like what Tisa said, it's all in your marketing. Like the way you have to show that you are here, occupy the space that you're in, so people could, notice you and purchase your item, your work. So promote.
Thank you so much, Shark. It was lovely to have you and chat for a bit. Please keep enjoying the rest of the conference. We have so much ahead, and I'm sure that you will keep on growing in all aspects of your creativity. Thank you. So we continue with our interviews. We're looking, oh my God, this is such a pleasure to have you here with me, a legend, a living legend, Miss Alice Van Romont. Thank you so much. Tell us, Miss Alice, what are you experiencing so far at the CreActivo conference?
I think it's a wonderful experience. It's enlightening. I enjoy the videos. It makes it more interesting. And I think it's good for the creatives here present to get the message that both Ronella and Tisa delivered. You have to feel proud of what you're doing. You have to continue on this path. I know it's not easy, But please be proud of yourself and continue. There's a whole world of opportunity opening, opening for you now that the shift is changing in the world of tourism.
The arts have been the cause of your life. What does it feel to see it be established and has this so much attention right now to the point that we can now call it an industry and it's part of the economy?
The arts, it's my whole life. I feel real happy that we have come so far. Look at St. Nicholas, the art fair. I mean, for Forbes to call it the capital of the Caribbean in street art, it's quite an accomplishment. And it is us. Nobody helped. It's Aruba. We did it. And I can mention more. But we need more attention. We need more action within the world of the creative thinkers. Look at our designers. We have Ranchi here present. We're going to hear his story. We have so much that we can showcase to the world, but we have to do it. Take action.
Are you planning on staying with us, right? Are you planning on staying with us for the whole conference? Is something that you're looking forward to?
Yes, very much, yes. Because, I've reached the age that I only do what I think is good to do. I don't do for men, please.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Alice van Roman. Like I said, a living legend of our culture scene, a big supporter, and I hope that you continue to keep promoting all the aspects of the artistic scene on the island. Thank you so much for all you have done.
Done with pleasure. Nadi danki.
Well, those were two very interesting interviews, right from the public, getting their feedback on what we have been presented so far. But there's so much more to come, so stay tuned. We are right here at the Renaissance Convention Center with the first edition of the CreActivo conference, Cultivating Creativity. My name is Elizabeth Guaniba, and I will see you soon.
Ay, 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 ay. Casta, mi casta, oso, yeah. Bisaku bota core de mo Hyundai. Bacana laga saku bon que nunca, con mi bota baila cara a cara. Mi no sate quienta, lai. Con que wega bota hunga. Con mensaje boki tuna, ora kunos baila cara a cara. Tu si bota si mi para. Mi se pana no stop. Ashe kone pa me. Mami zoru pa pop. Kwemi duro primi. Nadi move pusha dos tegen. Mami dale rustig on. Zeker van party. After party. Oh so there. Mi casta, ey. Ewe girl. Pancome, yeah. Porque pa mi queda corre por trás. Mis amitas imita sonha lanta. Agora imita sigue sonha. Mis amitas de com. O parle sin bom. Cintura chiquito, sangue rondo. Chica bandida, baila conmigo. Yeah. Mi se pana no stop. Ashe kone pa me. Mami zoru pa pop. Kwemi duro primi. Na die move pushen, doos tegen. Mami, dalen rustig on, zeker van party. After party, yeah. Oh so there, oh so there, oh so there, there. Mikasta, ey, Mikasta, ey, Mikasta, ey, ey, ey. Ewe girl, ewe girl, ewe girl. Bankume, bankume, yeah. Oh so there, Mikasta, ey, ey.
Aún me está consciente, baby. Cachero ya. Ir. Teneno. Tendes aqui. Di como tan asesina comigo. Ay, 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 ay. Aneta work nos hace recapitulo. Work malakapu, macambia sin aqui. Ay, ay, ay. Cuki motivo por paciente. Ay, di con gaia sin tanto. Ay, pa' que amor pinta mi malu. Ah, no. Amor como la capu, pa' cambia sin aquí. Ay, 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 di Congo. Amor me realiza. Gaia estima. Gaia estima. Ay, si vas de canal inocente, ensino a mostrarte. Escucha isso aqui. Hawoku mapai, de repente me entavoma. A mí te ganha todo. Ay, mi dita, mi te suncacho. E iri quebrado de coração. Mal vida boa passa na minha mão. Mal vida puta me apaga pe ai. Nunca mais eu tava com nada. Tem câmera, minha serve pra nada. Oh, me di valor a ganhar Quincy. Me di valor a ganhar Clefy. Me di valor a ganhar Rocco. Me di valor a ganhar YC. Anto de condescira. Me di pa' que inventa. Ai, me show. Tem color, si color. Vai buscar solução. Vive que dava frustração. Amor com coisa acabada. De repente me embanada. Você acutaria, tá mais já suíça e moreia. Sou isso. Tem algo com uma pai. De repente me encabou. Dami te ganha todo. Ai, me dita, me te suncacho. E iri quebrado de coração. Pode mal vida boa passou na minha mão. E duvida que tá ma paga pecana. Nunca mais eu tava com nada. Tem câmera, minha serve pra nada. Oh, me di valor a ganhar Quincy. Me di valor a ganhar Clefy. Me di valor a ganhar Rocco. Me di valor a ganhar YC. Anto de condescira. Me di pa' que inventa. Ai, me show. Botei color, si color. Vai buscar solução. Vive que dava frustração. Amor com coisa acabada.
We're going to continue, everyone. Folks, you can have a seat. Take a bit of time to have your seat, but we're going to continue with the program of today. I see many great pictures on the Hoover app. Let me like them all. Remember, you have a chance to win a ticket for the Autentico Culinary Festival. Obviously, when you win this ticket, I will be the one sending it to you, hopefully through WhatsApp, because it's a QR code that you're going to use to enter the culinary festival. Thank you so much for sharing these pictures. It's awesome to see that I'm part of a few of them. So yes, you can take your seats. If you want to continue standing in the back, I think that's also all right. As we've said, this is a creative conference, so you can basically do whatever you want. We are going to continue with our next speaker. Now, this person has been an ally of the Cultura Foundation since its beginning. However, in my case, as an artist, he has been an ally and a supporter for over 30 years. Very grateful for that. Lately, he has been inspiring, motivating, but basically being more bold, and every time bolder, I think. And today he said that he's going to be very bold and he's going to have no filter. We will continue with an important part of the program also, because we think that it is important to continuously highlight those that are at the core of the orange economy, that are at the core of the creative industries, which are the artists and creatives themselves, that use their ability, that use their power to transform, to impact, to inspire, to motivate, and to elevate the human being. And it is with great honor that I present this next creative that has been a trailblazer in the Aruban community, but also on the international stage. A figure that serves as an inspiration for many youngsters, but also many adults. A figure that understands the importance of culture and creativity in the development of any nation. He's a friend. We have great conversations, and today we're very grateful that he's here with us. Let's receive him on stage with a big round of applause. Ronchi de Cuba, local fashion guru and local fashion designer. Ronchi, thank you so much for being with us. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm curious to know what the No Filter is about. We'll see. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Bon dia, bon dia. Espero que você turta enjoying and having fun. Welcome to Aruba for our international guests. My name is Ronchi de Cuba. I'm a fashion designer, event producer, and TV show producer, writer, and just simply another Aruban creative. I've started doing fashion shows in 1989 with a group of friends, very casually. We had no fashion experience whatsoever, but we just wanted to do something. And that sparked, up to today, a 35-year career in fashion and fashion event production. I collaborate with many other creatives on the island. We are on the same line that being a creative in Aruba is a blessing. It's also a curse. A blessing because this small community, which we lovingly call Pueblo, the people of Aruba support, love, cherish, and admire our local creatives. A curse because the establishment does not. When we talk about the establishment, we're talking about corporations, government establishments. We still feel, and this is me speaking, I hope, on behalf of the creative industry, we still feel that there's a lot lacking. We need more support. The creative industry is constantly struggling to bring beauty, connectivity, identity, and innovation to this beautiful island. Don't get me wrong, I'm an Aruba lover by birth. I was born and raised here. I was raised by strong women. My grandmother, Damia Mansour, and my mother, Damia Manira Mansour, were my biggest pillars of support growing up. I come from a traditional family. where when you say you want to be a fashion designer, it's like saying you want to become a serial killer, basically. So I was blessed. I wrote a letter just to tell you a bit of my personal experience. I wrote a letter to my grandmother, and I told her I want to be a fashion designer. So I believe we are a matriarch-based family. My grandmother always had the last word. And when she said during a family lunch, Ranchi wants to study fashion design, I will pay for his education, and I don't want to hear anything about it, that is what exactly happened. I went to Miami. I studied fashion design at the International Fine Arts College, now known as the Art Institute. I've been blessed to work with E! Entertainment Television, E! Latino, Showtime, BET, Glamour Magazine, and in collaboration with the Aruba Tourism Authority, worked with IMG Fashion for 3 years, which we called Aruba in Style. IMG Fashion, as you might know, is the leading entity of fashion events globally. They do Mercedes-Benz Fashion Weeks and other fashion events around the world. So blessed, definitely. Blessed because I've worked with over 3,000 local models whom I've discovered, developed, and launched. I see them now being professionals in their own respective fields. We have models that work at the Aruba Tourism Authority. We have models that work at, they own their own real estate company. We have former models that are CFOs. So it fills me up with pride. And this is what it all boils down to for me, is the personal people experiences that are the fabric of this creative industry, this local creative industry. It is hard financially for all of us. It's a struggle. But beyond that, I think that knowing people, we're in the people business. I mean, knowing people, absorbing their inspiration and transforming it into your own, it's a connection. The creative industry in Aruba is very connected. The fashion part is a bit cutthroat, but the remainder of the creative industry here is, I believe, very, very connected. I heard Tisa mentioning teaching or helping younger designers. I'm very happy she said that, or younger creatives. When I started off in 1989, I was not helped, except by my family. I was not helped at all. I mean, the established creative fashion industry then did their best to not help me. So I was standing alone with my family and my friends, and I kept going forward. My vision was always move forward. My vision was determination, be resilient, adaptability, which are key factors in this industry we all belong to. I kept with my group of friends doing fashion shows, then studied fashion design. And now, when you can consider me an established local designer, I make it my point to support the younger generation and to support our emerging designers. I have a great relationship with them. I applaud them, I support them. I hope they succeed immensely, locally and internationally. And I make it my point to, once in a while, either message them, send them an encouragement word. I'm open to if they have any questions, if they have any discussions they want to go over, and I do it freely and gladly, and it fills me with pride. I think that is the national sentiment we need to nurture so that our creative industry can continue to grow. I've collaborated with musicians across the board throughout the 35 years I've been doing this. And you see how connected and how this community can grow together. I think it was Ronella or Tisa who said, Unión da Forza, so being united is our strength. So my call goes nationally to all creatives. Let's unite. This initiative from Go Cultura Foundation is amazing because we can make sure that this is the seed that continues to grow connectivity within the creative industry. It's been an amazing 35 years. I hope I get 35 more. You never know. But I will continue to do my part, my small part in the local fashion scene, the local creative scene. I will continue to foster new talent. And I will continue to be authentically me, which I have done since I started. Being a creative gay person openly as is in Aruba in 1989 was not a pretty story. But I'm here. I did it, and I really don't care what people think about it. And I think creatives should hold on to that. Be and know and breathe and live who you are. Because that is your biggest strength. Your talent is important, definitely. Financial support is important, definitely. But your major asset, the biggest thing you can have is holding on to your authentic self. Because out of that, everything else flows forward. I thank Go Cultura Foundation for allowing me to speak a moment here. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, if you want to connect, if you want to collaborate, I'm here for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ranchi. We are so proud of you. Now, it is my honor to introduce a key figure in Aruba's educational landscape, someone who has dedicated her career to nurturing the minds of our future generations. Raquel Lampe is the head of Filomena Colegio Mavo in San Nicolas, where she has led with passion and a vision of combining academic success with creative growth. Under her leadership, Filomena Colegio has initiated some truly remarkable programs, such as the Huki di Talento Talent Hub. This initiative encourages students to discover and develop their talents within music, the arts, or other creative endeavors. Raquel has also overseen the integration of modern technology to enhance the learning experience, ensuring her students are equipped with the tools that they need for both academic and personal success. It's clear that Raquel believes in the power of creativity in education and continues to push the boundaries of what's possible for her students. Please join me in welcoming Raquel Lampe to share her insights on how creativity and education intersects to shape our island.
Good morning. This is not the first time that I'm on stage, but it feels like. The power of arts and creativity in education. It's an long-lasting, everlasting theme that we address for years and years, and we talk about it, and we talk about the changes that needs to happen, and the policies that needs to change. 20 years later, I'm still here talking about this. With that being said, we really need to be the change. Imagine a world that where creativity is not just an afterthought or just a leisure activity that, as many of us here on the island think, dat gisum kos leuk, passatempo. Bontagana placa ku arte. We have listened to that many, many times. The arts needs to be a fundamental part of our educational system. They have the unique power to unlock potential, foster innovation, and cultivate a deeper understanding of the world around us. Today, I will explore a little bit of how integrating arts and creativity into education not only enhances academic performance, but also nurtures emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and resilience. Close your eyes just for 1 minute. Imagine you wake up and there is no sound. You open your eyes, you walk into your bathroom, you want to brush your teeth, you look at yourself in the mirror, and everything is black and white and no sound. You go about your day, you leave your house, your neighbor says hi to you, you look at the dog, the birds, the trees, but still no sound. And everything is black and white. You get to your job, everything there is black and white and no sound. Isn't that a sad world? That is why arts and creativity is so important. It's around us everywhere. The chair you're sitting on, the clothes you're wearing, with all the great minds that prepare music, visuals, and everything around us has to do with arts. Who am I? My name is Raquel Lampe, as you all know, and I'm a mother of 3, grandmother of 2, but I am an arts and culture teacher, and I am now in the position to lead Filomena Collegium Mavo. But I am also a visionary. I want to see new opportunities for our young people on the island. If we don't start to teach them now in school about the importance of arts and culture and our heritage, I guarantee you that we can have the most beautiful plan for our island, but it will take a lot of more effort to make it happen. We have to bring arts and creativity and cultural education in our school system. I want to ask you all to join me in a small activity since you've been sitting. I'm going to show you first, and then I would like for you to join me. There has to be absolute silence for us to do this activity. We're going to start with this. Then we're going to go to this. And we're going to speed up. Then we're going to go. And then you can hit on your table when I show you. Yes. You see, you got it. It's going to be now absolute silence. And we're going to do this together. Just follow me. That was the rain. and we all made it together. This is the activity, the purpose of it is to show that when we want and when we work together, we can make great things happen. You guys were so great. I'm gonna just talk a little bit about these next points. Why arts education matters. Art education in practice, the future of art education in Aruba, the challenges and the opportunities. Art education has the power to transform, to illuminate, to inspire, and motivate every individual, and everybody here is a proof of that. Why art education matters. Cognitive and academic benefits. It enhances creativity and critical thinking. It boosts academic performance. It improves memory and visual learning. It has emotional and social development benefits. It encourages self-expression. It builds social skills and collaboration, which is much needed in our world today. It develops resilience. Art teaches perseverance and the ability to overcome challenges. Through trial and error in artistic practice, students learn how to handle failure and build resilience. It also is a great part of cultural awareness and empathy. It promotes cultural understanding, and for us to keep our culture, our traditions alive, we need this in our educational system. It preserves the cultural heritage. Mensen, nos mesterha si algo awo para mantener nos herencia, começando na traha com a organização que tem, bijvoorbeeld Archivo Nacional Aruba, onde que tem hoop informação que mester bij den scholen. It also is a career and economic opportunity because it supports diverse career paths. It fosters innovations, and it also is a very great way for mental health and well-being. It promotes mindfulness and stress relief. It builds emotional resilience. In today's world, where we say and we talk about mental health, and working with the youth, we see an increased mental health problem, stress, social problems. And I guess if we address and give them an opportunity through arts education, it can make a big difference. Last but not least, it promotes integrated learning, interdisciplinary connections. Students explore connections between subjects, understanding how concepts from one area, like math, science, can be applied in another area like art or history. It also gives relevance to the real world. Integrated learning focuses on real-life problems. It helps the student to gain deeper understanding. It helps them to grasp broader concepts by seeing how different areas of knowledge relate to each other. It makes engagement. It makes learning more engagement, dynamic, and fun. Our educational system, don't kill me, whoever is listening, it's outdated. It is not inspiring. We have to do something now. We cannot wait anymore for policies to be changed, and sometimes it needs just a small tweak to open new possibilities for schools. In summary, art education is not just about learning how to draw or paint or dance or sing. It's a fundamental part of developing well-rounded individuals who are equipped with the creativity, empathy, and resilience to thrive in both personal and professional life. This next part, I'm just gonna brag a little bit. The art education in practice at Filomena Colégio Mavo. I am so proud of my school, of my students, of the collaborators that has seen the vision. And I want to thank Joreno Diber, my right hand in school, to carry this vision together with me. There you see our children being active in different programs and also in the curriculum integration. They get this 3 hours, 4 hours a week if they have arts and culture as an exam subject. But they can create wonderful things, as you can see on the pictures. We didn't wait for things to change, but we started the change ourselves with the limited resources, and we said, you know, we're just gonna start. We don't know where the funding is gonna come from or how it's gonna happen, but we're just gonna start. We cannot sit and wait anymore. So we initiated the after-school program, Mi Talento Tambe Ta Conta, because we have so many talented students, not just in our school, but on the whole island. And we gave them the opportunity to participate willingly if it is something that they're interested in, because then they will give their whole heart in it. And I'm just very proud. Our community building and the partners that have made a difference because they saw and they believed in what we believe in. I will also have to thank the Department of Culture that invites us and our kids. They did participate in the opening of the multicultural celebration with the project Baila Bohi Historia, which yesterday was launched on Canal 23 from Tele Aruba. Thank you, Tele Aruba, for this great opportunity for our students. The future of art education. As we look to the future, art education in Aruba has the potential to play a transformative role in shaping the next generation. However, there are key challenges we must address to fully realize its benefits. Limited resources and funding. It is always a problem for every area, especially education. One of the most pressing challenges is that lack of funding for art programs. Schools often prioritize core subjects like math and science, while art programs face cuts. Or even, sometimes I hear this and it drives me crazy. The teacher giving time out to the kids because anda fastidioso. Awinos do tahasi music. It is just that what you have to do with them to give them a moment to calm down. Facilities. I've heard the speakers today talking about facilities. Wow. I would love to see facilities, not only in my school first, but also for other schools to create these opportunities for all students of our island. And I don't want to step on anybody's toes, because we do have schools or private institutions that give art lessons. But I tell you, we did a survey in school. My school is in St. Nicholas. And it's not because they don't believe that their kids are talented, but many of them cannot afford to pay for private lessons. And it's a shame. That's why I want to create the opportunity for my students to have the exposure to arts and culture and creativity. Maybe 10 years from now, I can see it, but I can see this little difference now that makes me happy. Because together with my team, we created opportunities for our kids. We have to start there. When they become adults, it's very difficult to put the love for our art and culture in them, for them to participate in cultural activities. If we don't start in the kleuter and basis, then we're late. But I will never give up hope. And to finish, I'm going to say thank you first. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Go Cultura, because this, I feel, was a very necessary moment for all of us to stand still and really reflect on the meaning of arts and culture in Aruba. We have something unique and beautiful. Let's make use of it. And I'm going to leave you with a product and presentation of a project that we did with an ex-student, Laismina Emerencia, and with different artists on different areas. That is Baila Bohistoria. Everything you're going to see in this short film, the designs, the videos, the concepts, the music, they're all created in workshops that was given to the students during a period of 2 months with the help of some funding. But just 2 months, this was created. Imagine what we can do if we can have arts and culture more present, or in the curriculum, or as an after school that give these kids the opportunity. Enjoy the short film. The sound.
Who am I?
King Mita.
Sadi uno bota bini, pabo sa uno bota bai. Paso por ahí está guiado riba e camino destina.
Lava a cara, telefone, me besi telefone, mi tas, okay, mi titikos, okay, vamos. Mama, vai!
Ok, Miu, tema soro.
Oh, chi è ça? Caccia che si fiacca più su mio.
Sunrise City.
Ahora sí me está cansado. What a day.
Raquel, thank you so much for that powerful presentation. Let's give her a big round of applause once more. And there you see the power of education, but also the power of creativity, arts, and culture in education. And on that, I will read a message that was sent through the app. Not a question, but we need more teachers, school directors, and principals like-minded like you on Aruba, Raquel. I agree. Whenever we at Go Cultura have conversations with Raquel, she leaves us feeling extremely inspired, but also hopeful. Hopeful that those agents of change like Raquel, like Dylan, like Joan, and many others who are here, who are in the educational system, Mr. Angela also, you have the power to shape those minds of the future. You have the power to shape those future citizens in Aruba. It's an incredible power. So let's make good use of that power. Our next speaker gave me a specific task. She told me that I am not allowed to read the introduction that we've prepared for her. So without further ado, I will make sure that her wishes are a reality, although I would love to introduce you the way you deserve.
But then, with a big round of applause, I would like to call forward Mrs. Clara Reyes from St. Martin.
Morning! Morning, neighbors. How y'all doing today? Hello? I was lost for a minute. I thought no one was home. Morning! Masha danki. Mita papia untiki papiamento so, mino que papia hopi. Mi tía está siempre pisando mucha, no come mi lengua. No papiamento. So to honor my auntie, but I also have to honor my history. I was born on a fabulous little island called Corso. But yes, big it up. But I have sisters and brothers right here from Aruba. And so I'm going to share a little story with you. You ready? So normally I would begin singing a song, right? With my wonderful friend. He made sure I was here. But I'm going to sing a different kind of song. I'm going to bring a bit of St. Martin. I'm going to talk about St. Martin in any case, but later. So here goes. I will always begin my story with a powerful quote by one of the first presidents of the United States. I think the second one, him was John Adams. And the quote is longer, so we surmise it like this. Our grandparents were warriors so that our parents could be businessmen, so that we could be artists. And I think it's very important to put that into perspective, because at any given moment in our life story, we're either warriors just surviving, or we have a little bit of money so we can make do with the next thing. And then ultimately, we get to this space where we can explore the artistry of our lives. And it's not so much about the artistry of being a performer and all of that. It's the artistry of our best lived life. What does that look like? It's a moment to pause and stop and smell the roses. It's a moment to enjoy beauty, to see with our eyes and swallow it back in and leave it come out in all of the myriads of fabulous expressions that we've heard about and seen here today. So we are at this fabulous conference. Allow me to offer my profound gratitude to the Cultura organization. Please stand up. Give them a rip-roaring applause. You know, the title is so phenomenal. It says, CreActivo, cultivating creativity and developing a movement. Not just a conference, a movement. Y'all know what it is to be a movement? You know what it is to be a movement? Lord Jesus. Well, let me tell you, when I saw that tagline, it's a movement, not just a conference, it immediately shot me forward into the past to a song by the late, great Robert Nesta Marley. And that song was Exodus. Movement of Jah people. Sing that chorus. 1, 2, 3, go. That's right. Stand up. Let's get to the bass line, and you're gonna sing the bass line. Do doom, do doom, do doom, do doom, 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 doom. Exodus. Oh Lord, have a seat. Lord, the disharmony begin already. Because if we can't sing that song, we're in trouble. All right? But that's an example. And I think what's important is as this conference continues, right, today and tomorrow, have that rhythm running behind you. Doom, 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 because this is a movement. What they're doing, what you're doing, what everyone in this room has been speaking about so convincingly, so much, the word passion is kind of overrated now. I gotta even find something else. But with conviction on a deep cellular level, because ain't got nobody in this room that don't understand the power of creative expression, the power of fulfilling your artistry, the power of going from survivor to businessman to artistry. What does that look like? So, coming together here, this journey of exploring this topic is a calling. It's a calling, and to expand and to give weight to the tourism economy, you have to realize that you are the vanguards, the gatekeepers. You are the leaders of your work. You are the drivers. You have grit. And they've told you over and over and over again how hard it was, how difficult, but did they stop? No, we're here. And we're challenging the status quo. We're telling everybody in this space, and you guys have a very good, powerful beginning, because you know what? You know the history of transitioning from the birth of the tourism trade when it started in the 50s, now to enter into this new arena and try something new. You've seen what success looked like. You've seen the journey of having to start. So I think more than anybody else right now, from all of the different conferences I've been, you guys are in a great place. Doom, 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 doom. You don't convince me. Give me more. 1, 2, 3, go. Doom, doom. It's okay. This idea is important because the excellence of what you're building on was bequeathed to you as an intelligence, an elegance from your older heads. Sometimes we simplify the old people, them back in the day, the older heads, but no. The older heads bequeath you intelligence, intellectual stimulation, something that you could build on and take you in the future. So the culture of our lives is reflected in the myriads of stories that came from those elders. You see this dress I'm wearing? Well, I'm not. The pole is wearing it. But this dress is a yaya frock. A yaya frock is an old St. Martin dress the older heads used to wear. And the older head, this specific woman, her name was Yaya. And as you can see, it's made of patches because that was what we could afford then. And my way of honoring the Yaya frock, because culture is so important to me, is I do a modern version of the dress. I'm a hip, young, cool female. I am. And so for me, culture and traditions and heritage is very important. So I wanted to honor that by saying, okay, I'm going to this amazing conference in Aruba. I gotta look fly. So I went to my seamstress. I have 5 that I work with. The majority of my clothes are made. They're made by seamstresses. I said, listen, I want to draw from the traditional element of this dress and make something hip and cool that reflects me. Same patches, same concept, but I am moving in it. And I'm honoring the story of those that came before me. You understand? So it's very important to understand. So, the culture of our lives is reflected through stories that have yet to be explored. There is uncharted territory from which we can glean. We're talking about creating an industry, but what are the stories we're going to tell? Whose stories are we going to tell? When I was a teacher in high school, my young people would be writing poems, and it would be, yo, West Side, Escalade, Compton, Ray. I'm the dude, you from Sucker Garden. Where West Side come into this? Yo, yeah, miss, but you know, we rappers. Yo. I'm like, dude, you from St. Peter's, you from Sucker Garden, I don't know. Sing about Sucker Garden. Sing about San Nicolas. Sing about Dong Streets. That's where the stories come. We can't sing somebody else's song. We'll never, ever be able to be great at it because it's secondhand information. All right? So, all these untold stories, that's where we find our innovation. And with the technology that's available to us, there's a plethora of ways we can tap into, and this is a beautiful word, the inner landscape of us, the real storytelling. Not just his story, but we story. How do you translate that in Papiamento? Nos historia? No storia. Okay, we don't want the historia part, because that's his. We want dinos. No storia. So that's a new word. You have my permission. I release all copyrights. I release the intellectual property to this day. I give you that. Because I use we story. We story, and it's very important that we do this the right way. We tap into we story, but with reverence, honor, and dignity. Because I don't think you want to see the story about your mother or your grandmother, some phantasmagorical Walt Disney produced story that have nothing to do with the reality of her life, of how hard she worked. And then, I don't know all the traditional songs from Aruba, but in St. Martin, when we were making arrowroot, learn this word, say, bim bam. El tiempo, people. Timing. Bim bam. Do you know Mr. Jambole? Bim bam. That man from Colombia. Bim bam. He throw me a dollar bill. He throw me at one step. He throw me at the right step. He shake his head, chigga-ligga-lig, bim bam. So that's an old song that we used to sing back in the day when you're ponging the arrowroot. So I am sure that you have a lot more than us, because when my mother landed in St. Martin in 1967, they had only old people and young children. Everybody else came to Aruba. That's why my mother born here, my aunt born here, everybody born here, right? But my grandfather born in St. Martin. And his mother born in St. Martin. So I honor both legacies. So we have to honor that. So when we start doing this industry, we have to be the protectors. I mentioned at the beginning, you guys are the guardians. You have to make sure that when we start telling these stories drawn from the bellies of our mothers and the backs of our fathers, it don't become some whitewashed, trickle-down, diluted version of you. Okay? You have to protect it. So, storytelling is our gift from the Creator. From time immemorial, the story of us has been told, as early as drawings in the caves. My hope for you today is that For those of you that don't understand, these artsy-fartsy people, these artists, they just have so much going on. They're so sensitive that you will recognize their intelligence, that you recognize the science behind your wisdom, that you will understand it ain't just a thing. There is a science, there's a cosmic science to creativity, to passing on stories, to holding on to treasures that bequeath to us. And for you, the creative artist, because artistry we had to earn. There's a depth to artistry. It's no fluff. It's not pretty sometimes. It's deep. That you see yourselves as leaders in this shifting tide of doing this industry. You have to understand that if you're not at the helm, if you're not the leader, somebody else gonna take it and sell it to you in a way you ain't gonna like. You understand that? What did I just say? This ain't a comedy show. This is serious business. What did I just say? Stand up, please. On the chair if you must. On the table if you must. Own your space. Tell these people what you have to be. I said stand up. Forget the belief part. Belief can be tested. You know it. You know what it does. Thank you. So what do you have to be? Because today is the orange economy. But guess what? When the trend is over and we've decided to move on from the orange economy, it could be the blue one, it could be the purple one, it could be something else altogether. We're not a trend. We're telling stories, real life stories, your mother's story, your great-grandmother's story. So you're not doing this for tourists. You're doing it for yourself because you're building yourself back together again. For the tourists, it's a privilege for them to be part of this experience. They have to want, who said I'm the old school lady, that I remember the days when people would come to your house and ask to be in your living room and get you to eat your food? That's what it is. You think when Trinidad started Carnival a bunch of years ago that they were thinking about tourists? Hell no. They were like, this is our party. And they're like, please, can I come? And so they came to Trinidad. And can I tell you the biggest piece of hot, juicy mele? You know what's mele? Redu? Oh, this is too funny. Do you know that there is, in Africa, something called the biggest carnival street party in Nigeria, completely based on our carnival? For real, Google it. Calabar Big Street Festival. They went to Trinidad, studied the framework of what makes a carnival powerful. You're lucky they didn't come to Aruba. Next year you're going to see Aruba Carnival in Nigeria. I mean, no offense, I love Nigerians, I love Africans. We're sharing, we're from the family, the continent and all that wonderful stuff. But hey, 'tis we own. We invent the biggest carnival street fair, Juve, you name it. We invent that. Recognize what you have. We building this, own it from the jump. Protect it like you ain't never protected before. Consult with intellectual property lawyers, you name it, because when you think you're just selling this portion of your culture, hello. Licensing fees, Netflix, YouTube, Spotify, TikTok, Instagram, all of them begin to own your work and you no longer have access to it. So don't stay here and be all romantic and fanciful and I'm going to give you this amazing gift of mine called my culture. No. Know it and don't create. To give you an example, You see those wonderful dolls by, no, these blow up things on the roadside, blowing in the wind. Come, buy. And I like this one. Buy, come, come, by the car dealership. Do you know where that came from? It came from a Caribbean cultural tradition. You know the Macajumbis? The Mami, and you know, it's very specific characters. That thing was created by an amazing man called Peter Minshall, creative genius of the Caribbean. In 1996, the opening ceremony of the Olympics, he drew from the elements of Caribbean culture and tradition and designed this, I don't know how many feet tall, Google it, you'll see it, these floating white elements in the opening ceremony, but fully from the Caribbean tradition. Someone on his team said, you need to patent this now. He was too busy. Somebody patent it, somebody sell it, and today you see something that was rich and density with tradition and culture and value on the roadside saying, come by, come by, come buy anything. And there goes your culture. So what I say? You have to own it, protect it, meet with lawyers, not just some rinky-dink, backyard, digga-digga little lawyer. No, someone that knows it well, that can anticipate all the ways in which what you create is going to be in the market. So, after all of that, I was going to tell you something else, but I got so much stuff on this page. Somebody mentioned the hard work that it takes. It does indeed take hard work. Mr. Buitrago knows this story. Last time I did, I talked about how much effort, but I didn't bring a ball with me. But if we're going to tap into history, culture, tradition, heritage, all of that, it's like you're stepping back into the past and you're pushing forward to propel yourself into the future. You all watch the races, you watch Usain Bolt, you watch everything. Do they start running like this? Or they like down into the ground, feet in, hands down, pressing into the earth. And then the gunshot goes off and they push forward into the future. You need that past. And that past has to be solid. So for all you older heads that remember the beginning of tourism, remember it well. Remember where you started. Remember what was the foundation. Remember how you're going forward. Because otherwise, I heard, the lady from the tourism department mentioned over-tourism. It becomes a runaway train that you can't pull back. You understand? So be alert, be aware, know your story. Don't wait for somebody else to tell it. So, I am going to talk about what inspires me about, say Martin, sorry guys, I didn't do my homework enough to know all about you. But I want to just add quickly, this conversation about Caribbean, Latin America, has been going on for a few minutes. As early as 1950, just some of the locations where we had conferences where people talked about the voices of the Caribbean, the intellectual legacies in 1952, 1966, 1970, and finally in 1972, this magnificent festival was born called CariFesta. The sum of all holy in the art world of the Caribbean, from film, from dance, from literature, from you name it. They brought these bright scholars together to say, who is us? Who is we? We story. How do we tell the story? I saved my money. Actually, I'm saving up a whole heap of money because next year, CariFesta will be in Barbados. And I don't want to buy a Louis Vuitton. No, I'm not interested. I don't want to buy a Yves Saint Laurent. I'm not interested. I want to buy something from somebody right there. beautiful handcrafted leather bags, beautiful books, beautiful poetry, stuff that celebrate me. Just like I walk in here with my Simatin on my body, we have to produce the same. Louis Vuitton have nothing on us. As a matter of fact, all that leather they be talking about, like genuine Italian leather, come from Africa. You know that? All right, another story. So, now, this is a difficult portion of my speech I want to share with you. There is this artist in St. Martin called Roland Richardson. Sorry, guys, I really don't want to make, and I'm a good faller. I would fall off this stage in a very unglorious heap. Really, for true. This hand is broken, this hand is broken, this foot is broken, all because I fall. And I used to dance. God, I'm awkward. In any case, so Roland Richardson, let me tell you who he is. He's an artist that when the French government was celebrating the 500th anniversary of what is the most iconic representative art of the great empire of France in the Caribbean, they sent out all of their emissaries to all of the French territories to find on each territory that iconic artist that could tell the story. When the show was over, they brought back one artist, Roland Richardson. His work is iconic. As a matter of fact, there's a copy, well, this is a really poor copy of the dress of the Yaya frock that's hanging in a museum for sale for $80,000. Okay, so he's big. He said to me, because the question we keep asking is this developing an industry, this movement. He said to me, Clara, and this is his philosophy, I buy into it. I hope I can tell it right. He said to me, Clara, in time immemorial, there's been this field of energy supporting the world. It would travel and create all these great big civilizations and dynasties. With time, however, and the gravitational pull of everybody trying to go there and just getting all cluttered and getting all messy, this thing moves. And every great civilization has benefited from this space. According to Roland, this pure creative energy is hovering over the Caribbean, over this part of the world. But here's the catch. What would be a window that would last for thousands of years is shrinking because the mobility of humans is faster. The crowding of humans is faster. So faster is being filled up with all this frenzied energy of people. So the very thing that would allow you to be the most amazing creative person, if you're not alert, the window would shut. So the time is now, people. This conference, this movement is necessary for you to be fully engaged in the science of what you're doing. Sit down with the tourism department. Sit down with every department. This is supposed to be an interministerial collaboration for Aruba. Right? This is every ministry, department head saying, what is the story of Aruba? Who are we? What are we? Where are we going? What are we selling? Who's selling us? Is it some New York firm? Like, well, yeah, the Caribbean is just so amazing. You need to come to Aruba because it's like so really great. No. Tem que pensar, bem na Aruba, bem na mi país, come mi comida. Speak papiamento. You understand? So be alert to the possibility that there's a magical moment floating here, uninterrupted, pure cosmic energy, no pollution, no craziness, and draw your inspiration to tell your original Aruba story. So let me tell you a little bit about where I draw mine. Older heads play a very integral role in my life. I would spend many hours listening to them tell me of stories of back in the day, accompanied by the music of the night, serenaded by crickets, and the wonderful orchestra. I listened to Zacharias, Parin. Some of you know the name Parin as Emilia Wilson. And I would learn from them under which tamon tree the first governor had his signature carved in. The governor, as in John Phillips from, back in the day. I would follow them up the hills to pick cow dung. I would gather from them to pick stinking toe. Ever heard of stinking toe? It's a wonderful fruit. It's dusty and everything. So this storytelling can be experienced in so many ways. In the kitchen, in the dance room, many churches, our political landscape, the original playing field of comedy. Sorry about that. On the shores of the fishermen, through rhythm of life of the farmers. Simple, elegant life lived bodaciously, rich with anecdotes and Jumbi stories. Y'all know Jumbi stories? We don't need no Harry Potter. We got some good old Jumbi stories. You know that, right? Who can tell me a Jumbi story from Aruba? Who know? Say? Girl, I ain't even going to call that name. I ain't calling no ghost. But if you say it, I accept it. Because there is such a name on St. Martin. I refuse to say it. Because I've seen the havoc that brought on the island. So skip the what? What that movie with all the vampires and the werewolves and... Girl, we have our own anecdotes, we have our own legends, we have our own myth, we have our own stories, we have Anansi and so much more. That's where you gather your stories. That's where you get your content for this industry that you want to create. But don't forget, walk with a lawyer. Don't walk in that room. As a matter of fact, don't walk into any room without signing a non-disclosure agreement. I'll share this idea with you, but you will not be able to use it after I've left the room, because Bill Gates said once, if you have a great idea and you don't have the money, don't share it with me. Come on, run with it. Okay? So for all of you creatives, I know you're bursting with excitement and bursting with all of this, and you want to share. Hello, walk with a lawyer. I'm going to wrap this up really quickly, but here goes. Years ago, I was dancing. Yeah, I used to dance. I may not look it right now, but I was an amazing dancer at Reggae Sunsplash in Jamaica. And as usual, before a dance, you make a beautiful circle, everybody hold hands, and there's a sacred moment, and everybody says amazing words of wisdom. And this poet called Muta Baruka, look him up. I couldn't wait for him to say a few words. So it was his turn, and I'm like this. The man never said nothing. So I go to him, Muta, in the circle, you were silent. He looks at me with all his glorious dreads, his barefoot, his beautiful kaftan. And he goes to me, it's because you listen with your ears, you can't hear. What does that mean? I was being superficial. Stories abound around us. They're in the whisper of the trees, in the lapping of the shores. There's echo from beneath the seas, from the enslaved community that didn't make it. There are whispers from dreams that you may have had. So it's not just your ears, it's your body. Sit still, very still, and listen. Listen to wings, lighter than eyelashes, stroking the air. Know what the still breeze whispers on high in the coconut tree. Sit still and hear. Listen to the songs of your ancestors. Listen to Yaya. Listen to your grandmother. Even if she's passed, she comes to you in dreams. There is an amazing plethora of stories from us. That's the foundation of this industry we want to develop. So sit still and hear. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Beautiful. What a way to end the first half of the day. Thank you so much, Clara. I see now why you just wanted me to say that in your introduction, because she came on stage to blow you away. Listen and be a leader with conviction. Own it. We've reached the end of the first part of the day. Finally, it's time for lunch. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. And after this 1-hour lunch break, we will be back with a few more speakers and a few more amazing moments at CreActivo Conference. Before that, in the name of Cultura Foundation, we really would like to thank you for being with us today, because you are part of the movement and you all are the agents of change. Thank you so much and enjoy the lunch. Don't go anywhere. Come back after an hour, because CreActivo has much more great moments for you. Thank you. Mister.
En de lo que era ende, papi sin fin. Mi tingu pa mi ta feliz, porque papi vuelve vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Si bon por la camina paz, chis no vi así nada ni más, porque papi vuelve vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi.
Ay, si vi así bo, así malu. En de lo que era papi me sunco, pero mari para mi tempo tá caro. Ai, tranquilo, miga, se cubo. Diz que dá reclamar. Oh, a mi vida tá. Oh, para wag. Oh, bufe dia lo me queda claro.
En de lo que era ende, papi sin fin. Mi tingu pa mi ta feliz, porque papi vuelve vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Si bon por la camina paz, chis no vi así nada ni más, porque papi vuelve vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Montado una mini un chance, no, pa mi enguinan. Camino un día lo mi que tapa sobra mi importa ni un stop, no. Si mo critica, la sina la pobida me está cubota straight riba mi, walk riba mi. Cada día bota cana fake riba mi, pa botar en mi style, kill to mi vibe. Un tami yo bojis legumba. En de lo que era ende, papi sin fin. Mi tingu pa mi ta feliz, porque papi vuelve vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi. Si bon por la camina paz, chis no vi así nada ni más, porque papi vuelve vacilar y va mi, vacilar y va mi.
Watch this. Who's on the beat? Sauce. We ain't going home. We come for some rum and soca. I say rum and soca.
sweat just like we used to do. Jam until we don't, jam until the sun come. When I say jam until we don't, we jam until the sun come. Find me on the road, I on the road, I on the road. So if you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, me body feel numb when me come down. If you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, me body feel numb when me come down. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Until the party over, before you hand it over, and wind it closer. It's much later, one favor, watch your behavior. Nobody going come and save ya when the rum hits down, 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 down. Rum and make up, see the party can done, we gonna jam till the sun come up. Find me on the road, I on the road, I on the road. So if you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. If you want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. Oh, oh, we ain't going home, we come for some rum and soca. Oh, oh, we ain't going home, we come for some rum and soca. Here we go. I say rum and soca until the party over. You want rum, party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. If you want rum, the party shut down, the fire going down, my body feel numb when they come down. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Until the party over, before you hand it over, and wind it closer.
Gallo, Wagwan Freddy. Yo, tell them boy, we don't want no girl like 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock.
Girl, I want it face down, party up. When I come for the work, girl, I want it face down, party up. When I come for the work, when I come for the face down, party up. When I come for the work, girl, I want it face down, party up.
Make you have a wine, be cocky. Really shake your body. Bossa nosti mon party. We lit like Michael Cate. Camina noste, curso, don't play. Bing bong afkeda, ey. In the state, no way. Nadie say so, nadie just to so. Make you have a mijigo, denji wa mi por favor. Bing arriba body pitié. Bossa comita guste. Pose mi bosinje. Pese mi kebo.
Face down, party up. When I come for the work, girl, I want it face down, party up. When I come for the work, girl, I want it face down, party up. When I come for the work, girl, I want it face down, party up.
That bumper fat and big, that bumper nice and thick. I shot here just taking pics. Girl winding and losing wigs. You see your bumper, hit for the road. Bumper jumping like a toad. Bumper got me in the zone. I don't even need a phone. You're sick, I catch your drift. Showing off cause that thing big. I hope you could take some licks. And you're taking every inch. You put your body up. Your body up. You put your body up. Your body up.
Put your hands up, hey, wave your rag and drop, go down. Put your hands up, hey, wave your rag and drop, go down.
Love how you can go down there. You can go down there. Love how you can go down there. You can go down there.
Face down, body up, promise in my cup. Mommy get me love, just come for the walk. Face down, body up, baby come my way. Let me mingle it. You know I like it when you feel me, baby me don't feel more. Vivo satatico, iré vetativo. Ay ay ay, chopadíate, igite, no surte, tanto bebídate. Face down, body up. When I come for the work, girl I want it. Face down, body up. When I come for the work, when I come for the face down, body up. When I come for the work, girl I want it. Face down, body up. When I come for the work, when I come for the face down, body up. When I come for the work, girl I want it. Face down, body up. When I come for the work, girl I want it. Face down, body up. When I come for the work, girl I want it. Face down, body up. When I come for saucy.
Check. I booty boo boo
Come on.
Ay papi dime qué pasó. Matine wa wata boso. Mi kumi me spita mi yo. So mi que más no. Vamos conmigo, pintate sisi. 2, 3, fue pero vamos a decidir. El capítulo me sigue a su fin. Papi no que con no todo está bien. Oh cha cha. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda. Oh cha cha. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda. Hago mi camiso, ando papi sin dolor. Y me sentí vos, chuma pentaba fo. Tu mami deshizo. Pinque más da show. Lavo mi confianza, me abrir mi corazón. Queda pique pedando mono a mi valor. Ando hago mi cambio. Paso da wote ko. Hay vida viva bo. Mi dime este vivo. Hay bobo que de fo. Solo mi da mejor. Cuando morando sin temor. Flota mané temblor. Bulería tengo su amor. Oh ya ya. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda. Oh ya ya. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda. Oh ya ya. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda. Oh ya ya. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda.
Jij bent niet van hier, hè? Je bent lekker, hè? Kom eens even horen. Je bent een topper, hè? Jij bent niet van hier, hè? Je bent lekker, hè? Kom eens even horen. Je bent een topper, hè? Dit is een andere trein. Loco, locomotief. Dit is een andere trein. Loco, locomotief. Choo, 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 choo. This is an andere trein. Loco, locomotief. This is an andere trein. Loco, locomotief. Ay, choo, 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 choo. Choo, 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 choo. Ay, choo, 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 choo. Choo, 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 choo. Choo, 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 choo.
Oh ya ya. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda. Oh ya ya. Bakibo Arabia. Hago que coja capa. Mi ojo porque da ya banda. Oh ya ya. Oh ya ya. Oh ya ya. Mi ojo porque da ya banda.
Jij bent niet van hier, hè? Je bent lekker, hè? Kom eens even horen. Je bent een topper, hè?
Cuenter mi alma, cuenter mi vida. Así Navidad y la melodía de tu esquina.
Mi turmi cosecha, tapa que ta dimi.
Y mi por novedad y una mi besta vini.
Si vos miran a bombe trata bien de nan.
Si vos te inundan de zona por ahí también de nan. Si vos miran a chines también de nan. Chapi Cheon. Boom.
Allo, allo, moro, moro, Cheon. Criollo da mi nombre, criollo da mi fam. En de humilde di la man, valente trato. Pero ram no poke da fo. Na mi se puntiki pa mi sigi sigi. Hende ke wa mi benta pa nam piki. Dai krumpo tira mi hoku kiniki. Si no ti ram no sta kaba bobiri. Nega bo fiesta kudambo go iri. Si ta si madambo que llama kiri. Nada tá passando descontrair. Gente sunam porco tá fini. Beberão, queda young. Usa condom, no acidom. Dimas mata daña bolón. Lo que un tamata bota si bo mastro. Criollo da mi nombre, criollo da mi fam. En de humilde di la mão. Valente trato. Pero no poke da fo. Tanto en etapa un tramite en caia. Si ta pastor ma pira gispa wa mi falla. Well, no sta tunanan costi papia. Sempre plecas pero mente te haya. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi digno mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bin peslan bendición. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, di carne cu eso mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. En di mondi mita. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, what you see is what you get. Criollo, que bate el plato long neck. Cosa vida pasa un becky bota get. Obi honey na mi plenty rom criollo. Esto me este cranco berry sepe si equipra tepe si e baita breke. General no verbeta mi stai. Ai si bo que dal vai dal. Vai si bo po handle de. Vai si bo que baila no step. Kai. Ay, criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi ting no mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bin peslan bendición. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, di carne cu eso mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. En di mondi mita. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, what you see is what you get. Criollo, que bate el plato long neck. Cosa vida pasa un becky bota get. Boom.
Sempre da positivo, nanche guapo bon pero no mío. Cada culo que no sirve se bota. Ahora cos vai bon nanche strova. Guaya pagu, guaya pero. Mucho criollo, mucho sincero. Quita poder boy de burachi. Que muy manistrego no bin gritare.
Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi ting no mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bin peslan bendición. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, di carne cu eso mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. En di mondi mita. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, what you see is what you get. Criollo, que bate el plato long neck. Cosa vida pasa un becky bota get. Alex Sargo, it's a Caribbean thing man. Steve Andreas. Criollo, mani bota mira mi mita. Criollo, un cara mi ting no mita. Criollo, ting bon ora mita. Bendición ta bin peslan bendición.
Mamma chissà se minta ni valora po. Mamma chissà se minta ni realizza. Si un día por te mi no puedo ni imaginar sei. Lo más cambia mi vida si ainda botate. Dangi pedian aku balanta tempang. Dangi pedian aku problema pensa batra mi pang. Dia digi kuting mister aspar pamayang. Ku bunta gusta corn beef sei tabo cuenta rumang. Viva aquí, viva allá, pero nunca arriba calla. Data arriba basements, pero school sin mi po falla. Queda busca atención de oscuridad di mi mayor na. Mi po para de zapato pa podil kunang dolor na. Pero okay, mi tabata sinti basto okay. Nete sunan kumastima lastima kunanotei. Aprecia lo que botín. Cas di palo da kizim. Santa Crucero tena fin. Da di mondi mi tabing. Hindi mondi no sta. Y no sta en di lama. Om nagidios paturbos. No ste you privilegiado. Agradecido mita. Pature di mondi kumita. Mi nunca gustas colpa na di mundo miruman. Mi sembra odia fag di lantama inta trempan. Y mi hija similes. By school ganha e frau kuta cacho come suerque. Papa si bota escúchame. Mi sabon bombo estima mi. Atenção com uma piripe. Baduna emo e kubalaga mi mama pe. Dingos cominta comprende. Pero si papa tá feliz no também dingo tá feliz pe. Oh no. Mama quizás sabe mi dani valorabo. Mama quizás sabe mi dani realizar. Si un día borotei, mi no por ni imaginarse. Lo más cambia mi vida si ainda botate. Botingo sim a perder pa busata conta gana. Em vida bom por gatia mas orata tem picana. Botingo a bucaia passo amigo nanta cambia. Tingo tei pa sempre pero tingo tei pa ganga. Sin vida tá no tá tu rende tá consciente. Botingo acepta y viva queda til cuende. Oh yo. Mucho sabiduría nunca se me dom. Tingo está queda sin ahora pa lo crece gram. Cabeça duro, mi tating, tempo e tração. Juegue dominó, vai palo, bebe mentirão. Para voar da Benito, vim foi dom. Pop tá bate duro, come mente bubblegum. Mama quizás sabe, mi tani valorabo. Mama quizás sabe, mi tani realizar. Se um dia borotei, e não por ni imaginarse. Lo más cambia mi vida si ainda botate. Ya hablando normal, ve. Tras su último té para mí. Pero anyway, viste esa lista tu viaje aquí, tu va bien. Sintana Central Station pa' que trainan tu tiquirabia. Passo missa comida desconfiar e a plutão tem que fada. Por bando de poner mi mes de voz sapato na. Tá difícil pa' mi wag mi mes, cana de paso na. Ando ganhando mi mes. Comida feliz, riba Facebook, Insta, Twitter, pero minta mi mes. Vim por más, me te perde cabeza. Tenag mi tabai, y si buque botabai, la gami miso. Mundo acaba ainda outro tempo para me live life. Simba, bye, bye, la gami miso. Do you baby tenag mi tabai, Simba, ba 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 bye.
Saco pata kumi no tá fácil. Pero love puta simple no tá real. Tá duro si tá wabo llora pa mí. Y mi tico sali baila cabo so. Y mi saco bota fanta. Y tengo vida cuyo vende no por paz. Y si tá wemes mi tico realiza. Mi te sube treina que simbo. Baby, mi po guarda sin a largo paso un back y mi tabai.
Tenag mi tabai, y si buque botabai, la gami miso. Mundo acaba ainda outro tempo para me live life.
steca dal mi stoma. E vida kita hektis, pero min po juda. Da kana din kukana sin kita for di miruta. Kubo taki a mi so, mi te kapa we na aga. Da klaku rabiamento, klaku o turna awa. Tu ima mi ta danak mi tabai. Y la camina nunca más no me cae. Mas se sacrifica mucho mi te viva mi life. Sin worry que siguiente kuko pira mi wife. Sin tata guarda pa mi fire pa mo pira to pai. Si amarra ben to pa fata mi po juda ma.
Just be on the beat like
Penach mi tabai. Sei buquê, bota vai. Larga-me, me chama. Mundo não acaba, outro tempo pra me live life. Mas avisava, pero nunca vou a querer. Larga-me, me chama. Sou e sou, me lo pipa, vida tá seguindo. Me te regalava o carti, pobre um homem na insônia free. Pero tu avisa-me, já vai reservar VIP. Larga-me, me chama. Ai, 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 ai. Kubo of Simbo. Doei baby, dan nacht me daarbij. Kubo of Simbo.
Level up music en mijn days. Hey yo, dat is de lef. Bedeinang.
Tengi club na sta chill, bati alcohol ta sip na taka na pasa chispa na pabulate. Paso no style ta crazy na no por resist. Paso no sta pasa tushi.
Nanta vira jealous, paso no sta pasabo. No sta level up, sempre arriba na.
Paso no sta pasa tushi.
Nanta vira jealous, paso no sta pasabo. No sta level up, sempre arriba na. Mi nota worry ki kwende tapa piano. Paso toch nang nota duna mundep chipa mi viva. Opites nang que mira mi abo, pero panandi malu no sta sigi vai pariba. Sempre ta shine, sempre ta brillando. Hopi relax, tranqui sin stress. Vacilando rusto sin worry mi cabeza. Mi ta pasa dushi di mes. Nota suerte mi ting mi ta con bendición a mi ta tu mi ora mi canto tu dia mi talanta lat. Saludo pa mi matina diaria 51. La retres pegui kutoni ni rimos taman. Seita mi swag guy rustig mi ta pero minta toma koi na new en de su man. Gracias a Dios a mí nunca me faltó el pan ni la rumba ni el can.
Paso no sta pasa tushi.
Nanta vira jealous paso no sta pasabo. No sta level up sempre arriba na.
Paso no sta pasa tushi.
Nanta vira jealous paso no sta pasabo. No sta level up sempre arriba na. Y ora cubo sali guacho riba paparazzi paso nanta así redu riba que cubo así. Nanta vigila, nanta riba lur. Tú lo cuenta shine nan que blur. Que viva mi vida pero sin cargar mi cruz. Mi progreso ta así nan ya lurs. Pero mi nota culpa nan porta nan falta un proof. Of nanta confused. Mi tariba viva dushi, mi tariba tra papel. Mi ta worry kuno one redu pa mi nota tel. Mi vida ta bomba, mi aceita suficiente. No importa lo que diga la gente. Y yo sigo así como soy. Ahí sí, viva dushi, viva lekker, ta normal pa mí. Sigo así como soy. Ahí sí, viva dushi, viva lekker, ta normal
Paso no sta
pa
pasa
mí.
tushi.
Nanta vira jealous, paso no sta pasabo. No sta level up, sempre arriba na.
Paso no sta pasa tushi.
Nanta vira jealous, paso no sta pasabo. No sta level up, sempre arriba na. Ay, mi ta pasa heavy, mi ta pasa dushi. Ni más que neta papiando, gaña arriba mi. A mi no ta worry, mi ta sigi vivando. Tarana laira, mi ta bailanti. Mi ta pasa heavy, mi ta pasa dushi. Ni más que neta papiando, gaña arriba mi. A mi no ta worry, mi ta sigi vivando. Bendición ta villa arriba. Y yo sigo así como soy, ahí sí, viva dushi, viva lekker, ta normal pa mí. Sigo así como soy, ahí sí, viva dushi, viva lekker, ta normal pa mí. Bendición ta villa arriba. Y tú lo sabes. Boom, boom.
Paso no sta pasa tushi.
baila, gusta wabo, move body, style, tra. Body ta massive, bo anta ieri. Sinta resto que relax, pabo, goza pa mi wine, pabo. Pa mi baila, pabo. Gusta wabo, move body, style, tra. Body ta massive, bo anta ieri. Sinta resto que relax, pabo, goza pa mi wine, pabo. Pa mi baila, pabo. Passa mana bo cintura, sin que cuero só. Sempre minha espera pa mi timbola. Turcos na bo style ti mi domina. Turcos na bo flow ti mi domina. Puta bo manam boy mi chest pa bo po sinti un cos. Sinti slace corazón cu tinta bati pa bo. Turcos na bo style ti mi domina. Turcos na bo flow ti mi domina. In the queen, tabota es un. Nadi numero un, so después dibo no tinyung. No, primeras, sorry dry mil. Y love kuta bindiras, ta sempre lo taril. Gusta wabo baila, gusta wabo move body style tra. Body ta massive, bo anta ieri. Sinta resto que relax, pabo goza pa mi wine, pabo. Pa mi baila, pabo. Gusta wabo move body style tra. Body ta massive, bo anta ieri. Sinta resto que relax, pabo goza pa mi wine, pabo. Pa mi baila, pabo. Era vinosa te cheliro. Luna santa bula que tu vai no sta flow. El querer imita loco ribabo. E tu lady den street, e den casa tá queen. E tá em gran forma, tá botando na moda. Blood clot pra cada hater com que estroba. Ni mais que conjunto não vai coba. Ni pouquita mi queen su corona. Respeta mi patrona, tá foi su lomba. Por lo cual que así tipo queda foi boboca. No pa broma, que tá mi copa. Tu sobra com passa nota cosco tinco conta. Tem gran forma, tá me dá na moda. Blood clot pra cada hater com que estroba. Ni mais que conjunto não vai coba. Pouquita rasta man su corona. Gusta wabo baila, gusta wabo move body style tra. Body ta massive, bo anta ieri. Sinta resto que relax, pabo goza pa mi wine, pabo. Pa mi baila, pabo. Gusta wabo baila, gusta wabo move body style tra. Body ta massive, bo anta ieri. Sinta resto que relax, pabo goza pa mi wine, pabo. Pa mi baila, pabo. And we get the flow production. Dayos, trio novo for life. Jarastafari, Turdia. Wine slow for me, queda goza for me. Baila slow, de dance, olvida yo rasta. Mommy, baby girl. Area 51, collaborare track con tu
Di repente ma wa che passa, mi dicune baby. Mi tingani primi bui, tamme o pigana di bo. E cada vez mi wago. Mi tingana di bisabu shauni. Eta mi Barbie girl, vita su baby boy. Eta mi dream girl, mi queda undu kune. Intera noche kune, intera noche kune. Eta mi dream girl, eta mi dream girl.
Dia mi da pensa ma mi comporta. Di con aina mi botingo de mi brasa. To hopi tempo mi te wabo kana pasa. Ita bo smile ko bagaja ti mi distanza. Que men bim tene mami mi che ci sera conosci cubo. Bim tene mami tabo da e check di mi sogno.
Se puta mi dream girl. Kem a little sweet girl. Sweet manera baby come bu pa dessert. Lik ba ni sirena nang ding seaworld. Ora mi wabo, mi tingana di garabo. Pensamento di brasabo, mi wawa realidad. Skinny baby pa mi sabo da verdad. Eta mi Barbie girl, vita su baby boy. Eta mi dream girl, mi queda undu kune. Intera noche kune, intera noche
mira with the model happy. Mapira fan ni Martin Luther King. Yeah, you did think dream. Papa tell me dream girl then having. Baby see what care me love say me. No one automático no say me. Yes, just love me dream girl. Pa nos formar juntos nos dream girl.
Experience lang mi vida, mi tingnan y pasa Cuba about the dream. Girl, girl, live mi dream. Soñando arriba, vomita, pensando arriba. Vida, bota na mi, man forza pa mi por lograr tu mi meta. Un chance lo mami se inicia. Seguro Cuba lady lo mi mira claridad. Agua la luz lo ilumina. Mi sueño lo tira realidad.
Esta mi Barbie girl, vita su baby boy. Esta mi dream girl, mi quieta uno cune intera noche cune. Esta mi dream girl, esta mi dream girl.
El tiempo pasaba y uno solo se madura. Vita sentirnos ahí becos mucho pura. Pia passamos alla corazón a tre estación. E che pausa con vita un po' con che da buon. E mi sa arriva a caia, non t'attende mi canzone. Era la gaturcos que iban vine y cercava. Più mi queda nei mica, queda pa' sempre, queda paso. Vi lo che passa dei sempre, più mi queda nei mica, queda pa' sempre.
E coi botico sa pero bo corazón este tan a lugar Mi nome estera kai tabiyo anche da cerca bo Macana kai vira ciego si po mira bo Mistera pagatino nagi pega e sabe La visa mi vida mire oh Mi no sa di como para guardar riba nada E io mi queda queda pa' sempre
che tipo che mi ha respondivi quando vo extrañas cumplimos fantasy y vamos de París de mi universo de mí pero mira que daba así vi feliz a un juego me da simbo como que va mi brazado
Cuando el cielo se te venga encima vida dando vueltas, te miraré cuando duermas. Y si acaso se te escapa un sueño, lo rescataré por ti. Y tengo miedo si se apaga el sol y no haya más color, y que digas no. Yo sin ti no vivo más y tiemblo de pensar que tú me dejarás. Yo sin ti mi mundo es distinto a ayer. Sin ti no mi por cinta mi por para, te cuentas y mi para. Sin ti mi día mira noche, día noche bella noche. Sin ti, más sin ti, no te no mi placer. Sin ti, más sin ti, mi día nadando sin brazos. Sin ti, despierto sudando. Sin ti, sabes que te amo tanto. Sin ti, más no quiero ni puedo vivir. Sin ti, Sander Yahoo, Sander Yahoo. Sin ti, Sander Yahoo, Sander Yahoo. Sin ti, mi vida tan manera un parasita sin mame. Sin ti, Sander Yahoo, Sander Yahoo. Sin ti, Sander Yahoo, Sander Yahoo. Sin ti, and I can't go on without you. The way you walk, the way you move, the way you talk, the way you stare, the way you look, it's like you. The way you smile drives me wild. And I can't go on without you. Simo, no te maita, no te anoche. No elos andine veikanoti, no te da. Se minta cubo, se minta cubo, se minta cubo, yeah. Se minta cubo, yeah. I got. Pasó un otro diciembre. Ay. Mitaurap, batata tem cielo, guawosi, madisiti, kutabo mes de mujer. Paqueta, a pesar de tu novela, a botezu. Mala que calla, mala que vodka, y Malaga y whisky, pani by una local. Mala que calla, mala que vodka, y Malaga y whisky. Riba bar nou de molen y me guarda estrella. Cállate en la suela, pa' mí pide un deseo. Pone fin de novela. Tu chiquita que gotabo bibi penbu. Pa' mí bis un chibu de skur. Aya déjà vu, que gotabo bibi penbu. Abo soma kisten tour. Pa' mí pide un
chiquita que Kiko tabo bibi penbu. Pa mi bis un chibu den skur. Aya deja vu, Kiko tabo bibi penbu. Abo sama kisten tour.
Randy, maar pensa pa mi lego maar je henny. De laat me never mind, yeah. Pero pa mi laga kaya mi ta ready. Tato kasi tien kubay. Maria Lisa si simbo no timbida, yeah. Gewoon real tien draai. Ayer ori sagarenci bij Rudia, yeah. Tabo mi can terminar.
Mala que kaya, mala que vodka. Y malaga e whisky. Pani by una local. Mala que kaya, mala que vodka. Y malaga e whisky. Riba bar nou de molen. Y me guarda estrella. Cállate en la suela. Pa' mí pide un deseo. Pone fin de novela. Tu chiquita que Kiko tabo bibi penbu. Pa' mi bis un chibu den skur. Aya deja vu, Kiko tabo bibi penbu. Abo sama kisten tour.
Mi que mi queen de mi banda sin que feliz. Mi que pa' ahora escucha mi stem, su bella squeeze. Malaki bitch ng banda paso. Dali son bocos, nos dos. Tu shibo sa kimi que men
Mala que kaya, mala que vodka. Y malaga e whisky. Pani by una local. Mala que kaya, mala que vodka. Y malaga e whisky. Riba bar nou de molen. Y me guarda estrella. Cállate en la suela. Pa' mi pide un deseo. Pone fin de novela. Tu chiquita que Kiko tabo bibi penbu. Pa' mi bis un chibu den skur. Aya deja vu, Kiko tabo bibi penbu. Abo sama kisten tour. Riba bar nou de molen. Y me guarda estrella. Cállate en la suela. Pa' mi pide un deseo. Pone fin de novela.
Check bonita, drenta mi vida. Te kumbuta sina, tene mina lia. Check bonita, stop tita sina. Sikina me lia, 5 por 30 mi vida.
Ahora con mi bye, bota tirelia pa' mi vuelve viracay. Ay, mami que tu bye, queda tira vista pa' mi wasi bare play. Ay, decima no está papia, we can't lego mai. Sin mi anoche del día con bye. Guardando el día, cubo pisa mi banda lumbo. Mami a mi cubo tinku fall in love. Chick bonita ti con bota on and off.
Check bonita, drenta mi vida. Te kumbuta sina, tene mina lia. Check bonita, stop tita sina. Sikina me lia, 5 por 30 mi vida.
Ahora con mi bye, bota tirelia pa' mi vuelve viracay. Ay, mami que tu bye, queda tira vista pa' mi wasi bare play. Ay, check bonita bota sweet sweet, ni mane ijs den candela bon que dirty. Yeah, tur weekend bota ocupa, bota cansari, baki bota, papia kla. Mita kinan, tene mi man, min que guarda maya. Just bisa mi bon flat, si mi dingo llega pa buscar más lat. Yeah, gis la casa, si boca mi amor, porque mi amistad.
Check bonita, drenta mi vida. Te kumbuta sina, tene mina lia. Check bonita, stop tita sina. Sikina me lia, 5 por 30 mi vida. Check bonita, drenta mi vida. Te kumbuta sina, tene mina
mía.
T-Drake, Blaze.
Sweet melody, coita sowieso. Mami, sweet so Barbie, volanta. Su coloniata, pues se me estea, sé que con anta. Esta llama mi Jonathan, su soy falta nada. Nada, y me está navegando. Mita quiere ir amorosa. Mi no sa si ta sueña, inda paso mi ta fulanta. Mami vilanta, so mi que perde nada. Nada, mi ta pinde nada.
Mami kom kay din mo trip. Stel ko bota morte bolip te mi loco ta se pribonte mani sena bokas mi ta wish. Kana kubi babo auto después te nebo man nan di mes. Bora quiero rama haya mi kiss. Abosita se mi loco mami. Pakita kubo roma mami.
Mami sweet so Barbie volanta. Su coloniata, pues se me estea, sé que con anta.
Esta llama mi Jonathan, su soy falta nada.
Nada, y me está navegando. Mita quiere ir amorosa. Y no sa si ta sueña, inda paso mi ta fulanta. Mami vilanta, so mi que perde nada. Nada, mi ta pinde nada. Pasísima guarda. Rumi mi deseo. Ora come miravo, mi uovo a toc. Velava il segreto. Mami sweet so Barbie volanta. Su coloniata, pues se me estea, sé que con anta.
Esta llama mi Jonathan, su soy falta nada.
Nada, y me está navegando. Mita quiere ir amorosa. Mi no sa si ta sueña, inda paso mi ta fulanta. Mami vilanta, so mi que perde nada. Nada, mi ta pinde nada. Mami sweet so Barbie volanta. Su coloniata, pues se me estea, sé que con anta.
Esta llama mi Jonathan, su soy falta nada.
Nada, y me está navegando.
Aruba Bonero Corso Killa the Tesla Non sta bene di Caribe I sta giro non ha di agua blau Non sta bene di Caribe E paraíso Aruba Bonero Corso Non sta bene di Caribe Canate da mondi si muore come in frau Non sta bene di Caribe,
Yeah, yeah. I been saying me te estimamos so much. Adelante arriba pa' mi tende. Mi búsqueda le fue vos for so long. No, no, no. Trumi de mi santo una ferry. Amaca cocktail cherry. Guasón se tripa feliz. Los sabini di Caribe. A isla chiquero donde te agua blau. Los sabini di Caribe. Isla bonita, Aruba, Boneri, Corso.
Non sta bene di Caribe I sta giro non ha di agua blau Non sta bene di Caribe E paraíso Aruba Boneri Corso Non sta bene
Fui pra trás mi mamá na su casa, mi tende di pa arriba. Shorty la más love di Adidas. Te pido con mi tigre, vida cambié pa New Ciudad. Cultura y mi plause, mi lo cuide, manela cuidan. Tá paraíso, nós também foi jeito. Aunque opta mucho ciego pa mirar. Tá paraíso, nós também foi jeito. Aunque opta ciego pa mirar. Nós tá vindo de Caribe. Está chiquito, no nadie habló. Nós tá vindo de Caribe. É paraíso, Aruba, Boneri, Corso. Nós tá vindo de Caribe. Canadá da Monte, senhora, going from. Nós tá vindo de Caribe, yeah. Aruba, Boneri, Corso, no stay.
Ay, tú eres mía, hasta aquí pa' Superman.
Escucha aqui.
Ay, mi tapa Superman y bota mi turcos. Y mi te explicaba tú lo cual mi por. Lo mi te pa' por tu hora. Por conta con mi safari, sei por mes dessa. Ay, si lo mi pa' te capo y lo mi te pa' por mi me. Sin fin. Segura por mi cariño, mi amor, baby. De corazón mi te entregaba, mi amor completo. Ay, pasó mi estimado, pasó mi estimado, las no.
Ay, tú eres mía, hasta aquí vos Superman.
Listen.
Mi dabo Superman, baby, vos turcos. Lo mi la ganyo, hey, de quebranos. Y lo mi dabo amor turquía. Junto con mi que forma un familia, baby. Ragabu conoce pasión, 100% atención,
Lo mi valoramos sin fin.
Paso por ti en parte más especial de mi corazón.
Mi te entregaba, mi amor completo.
Ese mi estimado, ay mi estimado.
Baby, disse entregar-me por amor. E lo me dei pra sempre, papo. Pa você.
Ay, si tú ya estás aquí, de tus circunstancias lo mité. Hasta aquí mi cariño, en mi corazón tapas. Ay, me vuelves que pon canción. Tu shipabo mi te seis, y lo mité pa' por tu hora. Mi corazón tapa por si vos me estresa. Tu ship, ay, mi te parte tu coscubo. Mi te capaz de la mundo. Ay, paso tapo so mi que. Baby, el valor aquí tapado. Papo amor y malcriado. No te importa mi ta con caro. Ay, te arriba por mi te estima. Ay, mi ta llora. Baby, mi ta sin turcos pavo. Mi ta capaz de la mundo. Ay, paso tapo so mi que. Put your chance, explíquelo pa' mi like.
Oh, tú chegaste aqui, e dentro circunstância não sei. Hasta aqui mi cariño, mi corazón tapa. Ma vuelve esquivo un canción. Ay, papo mi taser. Y lo mi te papo tu hora. Conta com mi te de malo y de mon, tu chipavo. Pavo, não vendemos com abo. Mi ta capaz y laga mundo. Paso ta abo, so mi que. Ay, el valor aquí ta
All right, ladies and gentlemen, mita kong Cultura I enjoyed ng lunch and took the opportunity to network and get to know some people so that we can all take our seats and get ready to continue with the afternoon portion of today's schedule. I'll give you a second. For me, it is such a pleasure to be able to introduce this next person, one of my closest friends whom I adore and I have been learning from him since I was 18 years old. Edgen is not only an artist, but a visionary. Ay, no, mabira nervioso. A visionary whose work embodies the spirit of resilience, innovation, and cultural pride. As someone who has spent years navigating the adventurous and often challenging terrain of Aruba's creative industry, Edgen brings a wealth of experience and insight into the delicate balance between preserving cultural heritage and embracing the new horizons of creative expressions. With a deep commitment of storytelling through art, music, and cultural projects, Edgen has become a driving force behind initiatives that celebrate Aruba's rich traditions while pushing the boundaries of what is possible within the landscape of creative economy. His journey reflects the unique struggles and opportunities that come with building a creative career in a small yet culturally vibrant island, making him a perfect guide through today's conversation. With your applause, Edgen Semeler.
It's kind of weird to be introduced because you already saw me on stage. And I was not part of the program until a few days ago because the team was looking for a person that would be an artist, would be a creative, but a person that, such as Amy said, and I understand it now, has pushed boundaries, knows the struggles, but also has tasted much successes. Now, I did not even prepare a speech, but I told myself, and asking my ancestors, just like Clara said, I asked my grandmother to be with me right now. Because it's important to share our stories, and my story is not unique. I think most of you, or all of you, as artists and creatives, can relate to my story. Now, my story starts a bit over 30 years ago on that stage at the Casa de Cultura National Theater, representing my school, Pias de Tinda in Dakota. I grew up in Dakota. At the Vosilandia Festival, not even knowing that over 30 years after, I would be on a stage talking in a conference about what it is like being an artist in Aruba. Indeed, what is it like? I see so many faces of people that I've had deep conversations with, and people that have shared disappointment with me, frustrations with me, but also have talked about dreams, success, plans, and always wondering, what can we do to impact this sector and to make things even more easier for the sector? You've probably known much about my life, about my endeavors, about my successes, concerts presented here at the Renaissance Convention Center, but also about the challenges, about the failures. I've been always quite an honest guy and publicly talking about
even those failures. But always finding a way to navigate, always finding a way to tell myself, it's worth it, Ed. Keep pushing. Sometimes, as an artist, I wanted to give up. I don't know what it is, but it probably is a force within that I think we all have that pushed me to continue pushing boundaries. And when I heard that introduction, it reminded me of a saying that drives my purpose and drives me as a human being. Don't go with the flow. Challenge the flow. And challenging that flow has had an impact on me as a human being, because challenging that flow wherever you are, not just in Aruba, maybe creates enemies, creates people that maybe think that you are personally attacking. But I feel that we did not grow up in a community or a society that has taught us how important it is to be just critical with yourself, with others, how important it is to question certain situations, because that's how you remain sharp, and that's when you allow others to be sharp, right? Before coming on stage, I was interviewed by Giovanni Müller, and he asked me, do you think that the creative sector is just sitting in a comfort zone, not wanting to do anything? And I said, well, the beauty of this all is that if you feel that you are connected and that people support you, then you will feel that you have not just the compassion, but the courage to speak up, to step up, to be critical, not just with yourselves, but with others. Sometimes I felt alone, screaming in the wind, not literally screaming, although I scream sometimes on Facebook. But it is that being afraid of being assigned a specific signature on yourself. Oh, he's a difficult person, she's a difficult person, we don't want to work with him or with her. But the thing is, as creatives, as artists, let's be honest, we've been experiencing decades of disappointment. We've been experiencing decades of empty promises. We've been experiencing decades of feeling that there isn't opportunity, or that if you create your own opportunity, it's like you're fighting in a storm and there is no way that you can make your ideas become a reality. And I think that part of the struggle is that those actors that you are facing when presenting an idea, presenting a project, many times you feel that they don't understand the struggle. They don't understand your level of creativity. And I personally still think that. Many people that decide on your projects, for instance, when you make a petition for a grant, your project is not understood. I've been through that many times. Projects that have been supported, projects that haven't been supported. But I always ask, what could I do differently for these projects to be understood? That doesn't mean that in the sector we share this opinion, because many times that we've talked, and these talks that we've had at the Cultura headquarters, which is our house right now, you share that with us. And we identify with that story. How difficult it is for you to find support, for you to be heard. But I think it is time for us to stop being so quiet and so silent. We are leaders. We own our story. We own our narrative. We are the ones who will shape our future. On Facebook, 2 weeks ago, and to me that is something very important, I posted, "Dear Aruban politician, I hope to see you at the CreActivo conference, because These creatives are tired of empty promises. We want to see action. However, I took a stand maybe 3 years ago. I'm not going to wait on them to take action. I'm convinced that if we are more organized, maybe we don't have to really unite, but if we are more organized, and if we are convinced of our impact on inspiring, motivating, and elevating the human being, we can show the power that we have, that collective power that we have to really bring about the change that we need, the change that we deserve, and the change that we want to see. And I also told the politician, your absence will also mean a lot, especially in these weeks of political campaigning. It will be very clear to us who is taking this seriously and who isn't. And let it be very clear to us today. Let's not forget that, but let's hold them accountable. Now, Felipe, which is our speaker of tomorrow, gave us a great idea to present a project before election time. We still need to talk about that in the team, but I think this project will really hold them accountable. And whatever promises that they make, they will have to make sure that in the next 4 years, new legislation will be introduced, new policies will be introduced, and more understanding of those that take decisions that impact this sector, we will see that. To the creative, because I don't want to talk too long and I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, because do not forget about the potential that we have. We will continue to face challenges. We will continue to face roadblocks. But that's how we grow. That's how we become better. We also need to step up when we're presenting our projects, when we're pitching our projects. We need to be more aware that it's not just our creative talent that we need to basically survive on this island, but we don't have an agency that will work on our marketing. We don't have an agency that is going to work on our finances. We don't have an agency that will reach out and tell us to maybe team up with another creative and become successful. We know that we have to do it ourselves, and that's what makes us special. Continue inspiring, continue motivating, even if it gets tough. Look back and tell yourself the road that you've been on has been worth it. And even if you fail, make sure that you fail forward. Make sure that you push through. And make sure that you're always curious, compassionate. Make sure that you use your heart in everything that you do. And make sure that your creativity always stands out. This is a group of changers. This is part of the movement that Aruba needs to really bring about change for the creative sector and the cultural sector in Aruba. Let's continue moving forward. Let's not just talk, but let's take action, and action is happening. My name is Adjan Simulir. I'm a singer, TV host, creative entrepreneur, and it is an honor to be in front of you today. And it is an honor that you have graced us with your presence. I know that great things are awaiting us. Let's continue believing. Let's continue being leaders. And like Clara said, let's continue owning our stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adjan, for those heartfelt words. Now we are excited to announce our following presenter, Mateo, an inspiring young actor who will bring a unique and powerful dramatization to the CreActivo conference. Mateo will be performing a captivating monologue that sheds light on the struggles and challenges faced when applying for funding for projects in the creative sector. His performance will provide a raw and emotional insight into the reality many artists and creatives experience while navigating the complexities of securing financial support. With you, Mateo.
Banks. Therefore, there are banks. Therefore, there are banks. What bank? What bank has ever heard a voice like mine? What bank? What bank understands how a note, one note, can carry the weight of a soul? Or how a melody can shape a universe? I am not an interest rate. I am not a loan. I am a storm. I am a storm. We are not going to pay you for your work. We are not going to pay you for your work. We are not going to pay you for your work? Not pay me? Not pay me? I plead for this. I spend sleepless nights chasing sounds, chasing notes, chasing beauty itself. I give you a piece of my very essence, and you say not pay me? How is it my work doesn't deserve the same respect as you? How? We can pay the musicians. We can pay the musicians, but your work we won't pay. I am the one who imagines the impossible. I am the architect. I am the architect of sound. I am the sculptor of silence. Without me, the musicians would have nothing to play, nothing to follow, nothing to believe in. So, is it that you don't want to understand? You don't understand? You don't understand. Is that it? Or is it that you just don't fucking want to understand, huh? You just don't want to, huh? We don't subsidize ticketed projects. We don't subsidize ticketed projects. Huh. We don't subsidize ticketed projects. No No one wants to subsidize art that someone might actually enjoy. God forbid. God forbid. God forbid that it reaches people, touches them, and heaven help us makes money. No. They want art. They want art that is quiet, invisible. But I don't do invisible. And I don't do quiet. The cost of your project is too high. The cost of your project is too high. What is the price of a dream? What is the price of a dream? How do you calculate the value of passion? How do you do it? Calculate it. How do you calculate the value of creation? Calculate it. Calculate it for me now. How do you do it? Put a price. Put a price. How much is my soul worth to you? How much is my work worth to you? Please change your idea to fit ours so that we can subsidize you. Please change your idea to fit ours to subsidize you. Change your idea. Change my idea. My idea. Change that thing that makes it mine. The heart. The core. Strip away the parts of me until there's nothing left but an empty shell. A hollow echo of what I wanted to create. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Because I don't know how to do that. And I won't do that. I won't do that. Isn't that art? Isn't that culture? What is art? What is art? What is art? What is art if it's not the soul's rebellion? If it's It's cry for life. It's cry for life, for something new. What is culture? What is culture if it's not the voices of those who are daring to dream of something new? It looks like you're making money out of it. It looks like you're making money out of it. Is that a sin? Is that a sin? Really, is that a sin? Am I not allowed to survive? To thrive? To make a living in what I love doing? How dare you? How dare you tell me I can't live off my art? How dare you? How dare you say it's only worth it if I'm starving? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? It's too commercial. It's too commercial. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? It's too commercial. It's not commercial enough. It's too expensive. It's not worth anything to you. Not fucking anything. Which one is it? How do I win this game? How do I win this game if the rules keep changing? If the finish line is always out of reach? How do I keep doing what I love if no one believes in me? How do I keep doing what I love if no one believes in it? What do I do now? Where do I go from here? Tell me. Tell me, where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? No. Tell me. What do I do now? Tell me. Tell me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matteo, for your thought-provoking presentation. His insights into the creative struggles align deeply with the realities faced by so many in our industry. Before we move on, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the powerful dramatization we just witnessed. The storyline you just saw was written by Arthur Lufstock, president of Go Cultura Foundation. Round of applause for Arthur. Now, what you may not know is that this piece wasn't just fictional. It's based on real stories, everyday stories. Over the course of 4 months, Go Cultura Foundation held countless meetings at its headquarters with creatives and cultural entrepreneurs. These were open, honest discussions about the obstacles they face, rejections, objections, and barriers to their work. Each of the stories you saw depicted is true, representing the harsh reality that has limited so many talented individuals from fully realizing their artistic potential. The dramatization gives a voice to those who have felt unheard, to those who have been told their work isn't valuable enough. But as we move forward today, I encourage us all to remember that these challenges don't define us. They push us to find new ways to overcome them. Now, continuing with today's program, we are honored to introduce my beloved professor, Luc Alofs, who will expand on these themes of identity, art, and on our national journey. His topic is nation branding or nation building. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Luc Alofs.
Let me put this thing on 13 minutes. Bontardi. This is my preparation. Mijn naam is Luc Alofs, met meneer die school. En ik ben geen zittende leerkracht en ook geen staande leerkracht. Some moments, this is very loud for me. I hear myself double. Is it okay for you? Yeah? Okay, not for me, but okay. Some moments in life you never forget. I remember what I wore the day that I did my first Holy Communion. I also remember a day about this time of year 40 years ago. It was in Nijmegen. I was a student preparing for my research in Aruba. We were sitting on the couch of our student home and the news came in that the Lago would close down. I also remember the day the Lago closed down. Pancho, we were together in Aruba rum shop the last day of Lago. That was in a very hard and painful time. For the simple reason that we were about to start Status Aparte, and at the same time we were going broke. Everybody who's over 50 remembers those times. 360 million was lost. Betico did not succeed in reopening or keeping open the refinery, contrary to Curaçao. And we were broke. Thousands of people left the island. We all had 8.2, if you remember 8.2. It was a disaster. And at the same time, we had to start being a country on our own. And that feeling of uncertainty was the time in which Leontine, my girlfriend, still girlfriend, and I were first coming to Aruba. And Aruba faced two challenges. On the one hand, we had to find ourselves a way out of the crisis. And on another side, on another part, we had to find a way to build a nation. And these two are the processes of nation branding and nation building. Let me first reflect upon nation branding. It was Aruba's choice, with huge consequences, to open up our economy fundamentally for foreign investors in tourism. Now, how do you build tourism? You brand the nation. Nation branding in Aruba is basically doing PR for the country with the purpose of promoting an efficient investment climate, etc., etc., etc. Tax laws, everything, you know what I'm talking about. That has legal aspects, many of them. It has political aspects. The fact that we're part of the kingdom helped. It's secure for people to invest in Aruba because we're part of the kingdom, blah, blah, blah. And also you have to build an image of the nation. Lago had already helped us building that identity of safety and security for foreign investors, but we even had to polish up the reputation that we had. Like, for instance, Aruba, one happy island, stuff like that. Branding a nation is a term from diplomacy, from economy, etc. An example, if you think about people like me who originally come from Europe, if you mention Germany, you think of Mercedes. If you think of France, you think of een lelijk eendje. For die kleine autootjes, I don't know if you know them. So that is the image of a nation. You brand that nation. And that image of that nation does not have to be the reality of the nation. It has to be an efficient image to attract investors. It also goes for political diplomacy, but let's focus on economic diplomacy. So that image that we're building does not have to be the reality. Everybody is building an image around himself, and it's never who you are. There's always a difference between the image and the real self. We were very successful in that. Way too successful. Way too successful. Our biggest problem is our success at the moment. If you add up all these components of nation branding, legal frameworks, financial frameworks, knowledge frameworks, scale frameworks, we're non-sovereign, we're small, we're safe. If you add up all these components, then you get the brand equity, what it is that you can present to the market. And it's all fine. And it worked too well. Since that 1984 evening, it was evening in the Netherlands, we've been in a constant state of concern. How do we survive? How do we make an economy that can produce income, can create income for all of us? Nation branding, equity. Identity versus equity, identity versus image. At the same time, we were confronting that problem that we would become a nation. It looks like I'm with the two of me. Hello. We had to find a way to become a nation. And Aruba, believe me, in 1985 was not a nation. We were heavily divided between, let's say it flat, pro-Betico or against Aruba. There was a huge divide between boven de brug, beneden de brug. There was a huge, etc., etc., etc. I wrote a book about it with Leontine King-Terubiano. We've been working on building a brand image, but have we been working on building a nation? I don't know how many governors in their New Year speeches and Christmas speeches and whatever emphasize that we're not putting enough focus on building that nation. Why is nation building important and what is it? Nation building basically is the idea that this is Aruba, that's Curacao, Bonaire. This is Aruba, our island. There are people living in Aruba, the nation, and we're governed by the state. And in that nation, there is a market, and there is a civil society, and there is a state, and we have to create a certain sense of unity to together confront the challenges of the future, based on unity and solidarity and citizenship, burgerschap. We never worked on that. Has there ever been a policy for nation building in Aruba? A policy, maybe some thoughts that were implemented here and there, but not so much by the government. I think organizations like UNOCA, Sir Aruba, they're very important, but basically a national plan, a national policy for nation building has never been put in place. And the problems keep surging up. Migration is necessary for our economy. Our economy is addicted to labor, which is not smart. But okay, that is what it is in tourism. So that issue of nation building was never really solved. It was never really tackled. We tend to believe that we're one happy island, but everybody knows that we're not. The difference theoretically, between nation branding is that we make use of economical logic. The purpose of nation branding is making profit. It's a different part in your brain, making profit. The logic of nation building is sociological or cultural or symbolic logic. And these two are conflicting with each other, oftentimes. That is the issue. What do we prefer? Economic logic for greater happiness, or a bit less happiness for greater profit? Was it last Saturday or the Saturday before? I'm 64 and Ravi, our son, turned 32. I asked around at his friends, whom of you is able to live separately in a house, start a family, plan your dreams? Well, I know that your daughter, for instance, is living with her grandparents. Of those group of young people that were at my son's party, none of them had an own house, because of the demographic pressure, the high cost of living. Young people cannot buy a house, cannot start a family, and cannot live their dreams. Very simple. Thank you. And I'm really mad. I'm mad as a father. So we have to figure a way out by another one. I'm talking about my son. I'm having the hope to become a grandparent. I'm also concerned about my grandchildren. If we add up all, I don't know if you ever heard about Country Overshoot Day. Country Overshoot Day is the day. Imagine that you have all the natural resources, you put them over there, and then this is 2024, and then you use up the resources. And when did you use up all the resources? It has to be a year, though. There's one island that we live on, and there's one planet that we live on. In Aruba, we have used up our natural resources, if I remember it well, somewhere in April. I have to check it up. I'll let you know, because I don't want to say it wrong. Basically, we need 3 Arubas to live the way that we live, thanks to nation branding, thanks to economic logic, thanks to profit. But our grandchildren please God, my grandchildren will not have a planet to live on, will not have an island to live on. So there is enough reason to say we really need to reposition. Evelien, where's Evelien? We really need to reposition our sails. Oh, whoa. Other part. We need to reposition the sales, our product. And this is where I only found out 15 minutes ago, my 13 minutes have passed. I only realized this 15 minutes ago. We had another encounter in St. Nicholas somewhere before the vacation. And this is where, for me, that part ended. And we may have to continue over there. So where does Orange Economy tie in between nation branding for profit and nation building for quality of life? That's the dilemma. That's the dilemma. And I think that Orange Economy, actually I did a presentation with Ryan Peterson a million years ago, about this topic as well. Nilo Swaan was Minister of Economy, so it must be 2 million years ago. And I'm looking young for my age, okay. And we made exactly the same point. Where does Orange Economy tie in? Orange Economy is high quality labor, is relatively high profit. And what Orange Economy is, if you ask me, I will ask Thais to explain it later on. Orange Economy can be at the overlap between economical thinking, economical development, and nation building. In Orange Economy, in arts, for instance, but also in other sectors, in design, we can create. Nee, ik moet het even goed op. Delete. At that overlap between nation branding and nation building, Orange Economy can play a role. Orange Economy is highly profitable if you do it well. It's labor extensive, it is quality labor, etc., etc. It is a very attractive economical field to develop. And I think, and where we left at that meeting in St. Nicholas, there are some policy frameworks that we can create, and this is where we left off in St. Nicholas. In Orange Economy, you can express identities because it's creative. You can express the Aruban identity, soul, whatever, and that part. However, four lessons learned from circular economy, by the way. In the first place, you have to make sure that you have your legal frameworks in place to create a profitable, attractive, economical environment for orange economies. Similar to what we did, I don't know how profitable it is, for the free zone. You can create those legal frameworks. Two, you have to create awareness and knowledge, because orange economy is not just something for anyone. As I said in St. Nicholas, to be competitive in orange economy, you must not think local, you must act global, but you must think global. And that is something that we may have to learn, that we may have to develop, because the competitive market in orange economy is global. Two other things. Even speaker. Yeah. We have to create financial possibilities. We have to ensure that there are financing possibilities by means of law, also by financing institutions like banks and etc. And I remember that Geoffrey Wever responded, maybe I have to create a green fund, an orange fund next to the green fund. So we have, that's a third factor, we may have to make sure that there is for sufficient funding for startups in creative economy. And the fourth factor is the economy of scale. Economy of scale is not a disadvantage, because for orange economy, you do not use a lot of terrain, grounds, industries. It can be, all you need is a laptop. So that's why I think that this conference is important. Since 1984, when we realized that Lago was closing down, we're in a constantly state of shock and need and fear of economical failure. We learned nothing at all from COVID. We're still using the same economical model. We didn't learn anything from it, except that by now, my son and your children, or maybe you yourself, cannot afford a house. On the other hand, and that's where I'm ending, if we build a nation well, we invest in quality and not in quantity. Maybe we should reposition our sails. Thank you very much. Meeting tentamen.
Muito bom, Pablo, Luc. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time, Luke, and that you accepted it on such short notice, actually, to be part of the conference. Luke was actually thinking that he had to present tomorrow. Somebody didn't tell him that it's today. I didn't mention your name. It's okay. Now, it is now my honor to introduce our next speaker. She is someone who has made her mark in the world of local journalism and creative writing. With years of experience across print, radio, and TV, she has built a versatile career that spans multiple media platforms. Alongside her professional achievements, she is a mom of two and a small business owner, so she is a creative entrepreneur, running a text management and PR agency, as well as a handmade accessory shop. Her journey into commercial writing started gradually, but like so many of us, the pandemic shifted her focus. She embraced creative writing, translation, proofreading, and media consulting, making a lasting impact in those fields. She is also a proud advocate for our native language, Papiamento. And in 2023, her contributions were recognized when she received the prestigious Tapushi Literario Award from the Aruban Department of Culture. Most of her work happens behind the scenes, but if you tune in to Magic FM twice a week, you can catch her sharing her thoughts on the latest local and global happenings. Please join me in welcoming on stage Ms. Elizabeth Guanipa.
Buon tardi e bomini. For our international guests, that means good afternoon and welcome in our native language, Papiamento. But that is as far as I will go into translations for today. And yes, it is quite contradictory and even a bit cynical that I will give my presentation in English, while my main message is a more consistent and uniform use of Papiamento. However, always the gracious host, we Arubans are quick to adapt to what our guests speak. Yes, in this particular occasion, we think it is vital that our international guests be able to comprehend more about the intricacies that the local creative industry face. Many of us have heard it before. Is Papiamento a dialect or a language? The arguments pro and con about our choice for the etymological style versus the phonetic that our sisters islands use, or that Papiamento has a limited vocabulary in comparison to other languages. But we are not here for that. I certainly am not here for that. Heck, I'm not even here to teach you anything about Papiamento. I am here to remind you, members of the creative industry, whether you paint or sculpt, arrange music, or take a picture, that you are a key element in the survival of our language and consequently our culture. See, the relationship between creativity and language is an intricate one. Studies have shown that language significantly influences cognitive development, impacting processes like creativity. Associative thinking significantly contributes to the linguistic maturity by linking words and concepts. Now, what is linguistic maturity? A lot of big words, right? It involves a person's language skills, including vocabulary, grammar, and the ability to effectively convey complex ideas. Your native language shapes your worldview. It influences your communication style and serves as a vessel for preserving and transmitting our cultural identity from generation to generation. In our case, a linguistic maturity in Papiamento not only enriches your vocabulary, but also enhances the ability to manipulate and reconfigure words and concepts in novel ways. The more adept a person is with language, the more fluidly they can navigate diverse semantic fields, thereby enriching their creative output. This fluidity allows them to consider multiple concepts simultaneously or switch between thoughts quickly and effectively. Such flexibility is essential for creativity, fostering dynamic and fluid thinking. So let me break it to you this way. Papiamento is as fundamental to our identity as it is to the future of our culture. It represents the very soul of our people and our land. As musicians, writers, performers, dancers, visual creators, we carry a responsibility that extends beyond our craft. We are the custodians of our traditions, the champions of our customs, and the protectors of the roots of the language itself. Art, in all its forms, is a mirror of society. It reflects our collective values, our struggles, our joys, and our dreams. In Aruba, where our culture is a rich blend of influences, Papiamento stands at the center of who we are. It is the thread that weaves us together, our diverse heritage, spanning from African, Spanish, and Dutch influences to the Caribbean heartbeat that runs through our veins. The use and proper use of Papiamento in our creative industry is not just a choice. It is an act of cultural preservation. Now, after so many valuable opinions and resources that are out there on this topic, how do we reach a consensus? How do we practice uniformity? It is not a simple answer, but more on that later. For now, I personally called to ditch all other books, yes, and let us focus on this little blue book. This is the orthographic vocabulary of Papiamento, or its digital version that's available on papiamento.awe. A simple yet cost-effective tool to improve how we write. Our language, with its unique syntax, rhythm, and expressions, captures the essence of our Aruban identity in a way that no other language can. When we choose to create in Papiamento, we do more than communicate. We evoke emotion, we build community, and we strengthen our sense of belonging. The platform that any creator, artist, or public figure in Aruba has gives us the ability to shape not just trends, but also how language is used and perceived by the public. In this digital age, where global influences can sometimes drown out the local voices, the consistent and proper use of Papiamento by artists serves as a beacon. It reinforces the value of our native tongue, ensuring that it does not get diluted by the influx of foreign languages or modern slang. When we see our musicians singing in Papiamento, our poets writing in it, our filmmakings creating dialogue that resonates in our mother language, they send a powerful message. Our language is not secondary. It is not something that can be used in a casual conversation. It is legitimate. It's a vibrant tool for authentic expression, one that can convey the deepest of emotions and the most intricate of stories. In this way, our artists are cultural ambassadors, taking our language into spaces where it might not otherwise be heard. And in doing so, they ensure that Papiamento remains a living, evolving language rather than something confined to the past. Yet, this role comes with a responsibility. As public figures, artists must be aware of the impact their language choices have on their audiences, particularly the younger generation. The youth look to these figures for inspiration and guidance. When they hear their favorite singer or see a popular actor using Papiamento with pride and precision, they are encouraged to do the same. They begin to see their language as something to be cherished and something that connects them to their roots. However, if we neglect this duty, if we do not allow Papiamento to be spoken, if we allow Papiamento to be spoken carelessly or worse, replaced by other languages, and our own creative input, then we risk losing something far greater than just words. We risk losing our connection to our ancestors, to the wisdom and beauty that they passed down through generations in the form of our language. We risk losing the cultural richness that makes Aruba unique. That is why it is so important that we, as a society, support our artists in their use of Papiamento, whether it's through policy. I suggest a review and expansion of the vocabulary of 2007 and 2009 is due. We need a revision yesterday. 2, funding. We need an entity to produce a spell checker, something as simple as that, a spell checker, and do the necessary lobbying with international platforms such as Google and the different tools we have now in artificial intelligence. And 3, just show up. When an artist is doing something, a content in Papiamento, be there to support it. We must encourage the consistent and proper use of our language in all creative endeavors. Our artists are the ones who will carry the torch, but it is up to all of us to ensure that the flame continues to burn brightly. Let us celebrate our artists, not only for their talent, but for their role as cultural stewards. Let us remind them of the power they wield in shaping how we see ourselves in our language. And most importantly, let us all take pride in Papiamento, for it is more than just a means of communication, but it is the heartbeat of our heritage. Thank you.
All right, now it's on. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. On to the next speaker. As you've seen, we've changed the schedule a bit because after this next speaker, we're going to give you the chance to continue networking, basically take another break. But that's how the afternoon finishes. And by saying that, we would like to excuse Mr. John Hawkins because the whole idea was for him to send a video presentation because he has been traveling quite a long distance. However, he was not successful to sending this. Not his fault, but we're very grateful that he has been giving us so many ideas and so much advice. And he has told us that in 2025, he will be with us in person in Aruba. Now, it is my honor to introduce someone whose work has significantly impacted the local sector, the local orange economy. This person is a friend that has influenced us but inspired me personally to become a better creative entrepreneur. This person has shown us the importance of collecting data, the importance of doing the mapping that Cultura is gonna restart doing in the next few weeks. We are going to announce this to you guys. This person has always also shown not only me, but then the entire island, the power that the orange economy has to transform cities. But today, she is going to focus on the importance for us as creatives to be much more aware of our own entrepreneurial success. Without further ado, I would like to call her on the stage with a big round of applause, Mrs. Marianne Falconi Rasmain.
Yes, is it working? Yes. Ajahn, you told me there was another speaker before me, so I wasn't prepared.
She's not here.
Okay.
She's missing in action, so we're going to explain a bit more about that later on.
Buon tardi, everyone. Thank you, Ajahn, for that wonderful, elaborated presentation. And I do have to applaud them for this initiative because I think this is a start of something great. As well, I applaud every creative in this room. To me, not only you are a creative mind, you're geniuses. So I have been honored to have worked with some of you, to know some of you. And I cannot understand how can you do this with a nerve and being on center stage and do this for a living. So 3 months ago, while I was running up, closing a meeting with my friend Arthur and Ajahn, Arthur said to me, oh, by the way, in 3 months, you are presenting in a creative conference. And the ones that know me knows that I'm always the one behind the curtains. So my first response was, no, I'm not. What are you talking about? So then I realized that every day I talk to my members at Impact Hub Aruba, and I say to them the importance of stepping out of your comfort zone. So this is what I'm doing today. Stepping out of my comfort zone, sharing what I know with all of you creatives. Thank you, Arthur and Ajahn, for that. I consider myself a creative, but at a very young age, I realized that at school, we learn the skills required in a world of facts. We haven't been taught how to meet the challenges in a world of emotions, how to empower those with a creative mind, how to stimulate more creativity into solving problems. Until this day, I was very happy to hear Mrs. Lampe speaking about embedding art into our education. But till this day, school system still focuses on cognitive intelligence, aiming at developing abilities and skills that are measured by IQ. And I think we can all agree that IQ has little to do in how successful we are in life. And while I was preparing for this presentation, I came across this professor from the Cornell University, a psychologist and psychometrician, that explained about IQ being a measurement of the inert intelligence. And I got into reading more about it. And inert specifically means unable to move, unable to act, not readily reactive with other elements in the environment that we live in. What counts in real life is the actual applied intelligence that leads to goal-directed movement or action. I've heard so many phrases today about making changes, bringing action, do things differently. Now, that leads me to the question, as a creative entrepreneur, how can we become successful in a world of facts? So, preparing for today, as I already mentioned, I came across with this theory by Dr. Sternberg, and he wrote about the successful intelligence. And it was based about a triarchic theory of intelligence that encapsulates the analytical intelligence, creative intelligence, and practical intelligence. And it was the bringing of these three aspects of intelligence, creating that balance that help us do what we do in our life, in our work, as successful as possible. So, what I want to talk to you today, I'm sure is not as attractive for the creative mind, is about how we as creative can bridge creative intelligence and business intelligence for the sustainable growth of not only our work, but the industry that we are developing. My name is Marianne Falcone-Rasmain. As I already mentioned, I am a creative, but let me make it clear, while I might have been born into a creative family with both my mother and my father having music embedded in our family, from my mother's side, the Stamper family from Brazil, so the musicians know that Dande is religion to us. From my father's side, the Rasmain family from Paradera knows that Gaita is very embedded in our DNA. And you might have seen me 20 years ago singing. In no way I can hold the pitch today, especially standing right next to Amy or my friend Ajahn. I rather lip sync. I can dance though. I cannot hold the choreography maybe as Priya Ranjali can, but you will see me riding in my car on Renaissance Brug performing. So if you see me do that, please just keep driving. That's my moment. Or in the morning at 6 a.m., I'm the type of person on a Saturday, and my husband can confirm to you, I'll be playing a tumba. 6 a.m. in the morning, singing, dancing, on a Monday, even on Tuesday. So because it's embedded in me. But in no way I was able to make music or do those type of arts. But my art was in solving problems through creativity. Having business hire me to solve their business problems. So in 2010, I established Branded PR and Marketing, a marketing communications agency back then. And I was so happy, so fulfilled with the opportunity to, from my passion, do a business with. And I know that many of you can relate with that. You are thriving because you're working daily with your passion, day and night. But as happy as I was, after a few years, I quickly realized I wasn't doing something right. I wasn't keeping up with the market trends. Social media came, and we all know today that traditional marketing, we hardly even speak about it anymore. It's all about the new type of marketing. So it took me several years after to realize, Marianne, you were failing at that time. And it wasn't for a couple of weeks ago that during our incubator program by Impact Hub Aruba, and I do have an incubator sitting in this room, and he knows that a facilitator specifically mentioned we need to learn to celebrate our failures and see it as something positive. Because if it wasn't for that failing experience, I wasn't be able to be here and share my knowledge. And I wasn't be able to co-found Impact Hub Aruba. So I hope that you all have heard already from Impact Hub Aruba. We are a change-making organization. While we are locally rooted, we are part of a global network of more than 118 impact hubs worldwide in 65 countries. And since 2022, our core mission is to help our community, our entrepreneurs, building better businesses. And I do know that this is only the start, and we have a long way to go. But in just 2 years, we have managed to build a community of like-minded individuals where I have few members or former members in this audience that they know how powerful a community is, how powerful a group of like-minded individuals are to help you to become better, to support each other. So, coming back to my takeaway from my creative journey, I have learned that creativity alone, unfortunately, wasn't enough. And that hurt. Till this day, that hurts. And it's a hard pill to swallow. But the moment that I realized that my creativity alone wasn't enough, it was my aha moment to know, okay, I need to start seeing the other side of creativity. And I do know for a fact that creatives in this room detest the analytical part of business. So today, that is exactly what I'm going to talk to you. Not to bore you, but hopefully for you to make that mind switch and adopt an entrepreneurial mindset. So here comes the concept of building better businesses. I do want to highlight that if we are talking today about the development of a new industry, about the development of a possible new economic pillar, please let us start about embedding business intelligence within our creative mindset. Because to talk about the development of a creative industry is to talk about creating revenue, generating profit, creating jobs. And for those conversations, we need to understand business. So the question is, okay, let's talk business. How we can turn creativity into profit. So to transition from a creative mindset, as I already mentioned, we need to adopt an entrepreneurial mindset. And turning creativity into profit requires for us to continue to harness that thing that drives us creatively. Develop a specific plan to bring these ideas to life. Strategize. Find your way to monetize your creativity effectively. So not only create, but plan your revenue. So the questions then is, how do we translate our creative output into sustainable revenue? This is how it works. Whatever your creative output is, and this has been mentioned already several times during this day, turn it into data. Very unattractive. I know, seems difficult. I know, I've been there, so believe me that I understand. But the question is, how do you do that? It is essential for you to understand what is it that you need to know from your craft, from your industry, for you to grow, to become more successful. What is it that you need to know about your craft? Have the courage to ask that specific feedback. Hey, why are you buying my craft? What interests you that much? Why are you willing to pay what you paid for my art or for my services? So it's about to quantify and qualify that specific information to be able to understand the trends and patterns so you can start predicting, so you can start forecasting and take leadership of your business. Use this data to refine your creative process, enhance your offerings, to help you make better decisions, to drive that specific growth that we all desire long term. because sometimes we are too focused on the short-term gains and forget that we need to make a living long-term of our craft. And I do acknowledge the pioneers in this room today that have been able to do so. But at Impact Hub, everything that we do is not only about profit, but profit with a purpose. And the phrase, from passion to profit with a purpose, truly encapsulates the journey of transforming your personal passion or creative endeavor while maintaining a sense of meaning, a sense of social responsibility. So, I have spoken about to transform the creative intelligence that you have into analytical intelligence with data. But how can we put this into practicality, the practical intelligence? So it starts with goal setting. Know exactly what your end vision is, your end goal is. Be able to clearly define your success. Identify the key actions required for you to reach that end goal. Define the problem that you are trying to bring solution to. Seeing your craft through a business lens. What problem am I solving? I know that is easier said than done, but after a few times thinking about it, I'm sure you will be able to answer this question. Know your market. Define your market and industry. Know it so well that you can voice it blindly. Don't be afraid to step into the market research. And it might be as easy as 5 questions that you do periodically for the ones that are purchasing or not purchasing your art. Know what is your strength, your weakness, your opportunity, and the threat that you are working with. What is it that you are offering so unique that people are willing to purchase from you? And a very important part is know your customers. 2 years ago, I started my MBA at the University of Aruba, and I came across a professor. Until this day, I'm sure that I will never forget her. Her name is Dr. Di Pietro. And with every submission of a research paper, her comment was, "Who cares?" And I was like, that's so rude. What do you mean, who cares? I care. But it wasn't about me. It was about your audience, your customers. Be specific as you can. Know what are their likes, their dislikes, their needs. And the last step is profit. Be able to predict your profit, to plan your profit. And it's so much easier to say that. And I understand because numbers give me anxiety. But once you start embracing financial planning, and once you understand how numbers can speak to you, it opens a whole new door. You can do that by analyzing your financial health, Bring into perspective what is your living expenses. Do you want to live a comfortable life, a luxurious lifestyle, or minimalist? It's up to you. But bring it into perspective. Know what your business expenses are. I do know for a fact this industry can have high cost of goods sales. Know what are your fixed expenses, your marketing expenses. Know and understand how much do I need to sell to be able to sustain that lifestyle and add some more. So, an important aspect of Impact Hub is create impact, lasting impact. And we do that by embedding sustainability. Sustainability is very popular, attractive word this day. But we try to embed it in different ways. Create profit with a purpose. So if we're talking about today, about building a creative industry, it's about creating jobs. It's about collaboration. It's about sealing partnerships. Build your community. I have a beautiful example besides Impact Hub that have built or is building their community. It's the Westrat Art Boulevard, Josie and Anna. They've been doing this for how long? More than a year, struggling, but consistently doing it. I'm in the chat room, and I can say I follow every message of Josie and Anna. And I'm so proud of them for consistently doing this work. Volunteer. So, build your community. Support each other. Give back. And I cannot emphasize more the power to give back by educating. As I already mentioned, we live in a world of facts where creativity, creative mindset is often either underestimated or misunderstood. So it is up to us, up to each and every one of you, to bring that awareness, to educate, and never stop. And I applaud those pioneers in this room that have done that for so many decades. If it wasn't because their efforts of continuously educating and never giving up, we wouldn't be here today. And I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I do want to say this. It is not up to any government, to any institution to do this for the industry. It is up to you, to me, to know how to work together, to know how to embrace each other, and to take this forward. So I want to highlight the case of a former Impact Hub member that now is part of the Westrat Art Boulevard, is the Music Hub. The Music Hub started by Ivan Diaz. He had a passion so vividly about making music. And he had this idea, but didn't know how to formalize it and turn it into a business model. So we helped him and helped him turn his idea into a concept in 2022. And he built his brand, the Music Hub. Different than any other music studios on the island. Because the Music Hub for him, he wanted to have a place a safe place where he can experiment with making music, right or wrong, professional or unprofessional. He wanted that safe place. So I distinctively remember what he said to me. Marianne, I want to establish a safe place to create music, a place for the experienced and inexperienced, for the young and the old, passionate about music. I want the Music Hub to be a place where you can come and just experiment. And these were his words. And he didn't even realize that in those few phrases, he had so much information already about his end goal, about his target audience. So we guided him through the process. And through market research, industry research, he quickly realized that one source of income wasn't enough. He had to create multiple sources of income. So he introduced music clinics, recording studio, and for everyone, for kids even, to come and just play around. And then came the part of financial planning, the least attractive part. I hate it, but I have to do it. This is an example of a profit and loss statement projection for a startup music studio. I do want to highlight that these numbers are fictitious, but they're very close numbers to a small startup. So, as any startup, the initial year is in loss. It's an investment year. Wow. Quem quer começar com pérdida de quase 50 mil florim? An investment. I'm sure I wouldn't. But you brought these numbers into perspective to what it took, of what it takes for you to start up. And it is here that the financial analyzing starts. What do I need to do to make this number less negatively impact? Do I need to decrease my labor cost, direct labor cost? Or maybe find a cheaper place to rent, or not rent at all, build something at home, which also costs you money. Or do I need to see my revenue part? Do I need to do more music clinics? Or increase my prices? So I hope you understand that once you realize that how these numbers speak to you and embrace this part of doing business, it's like finding the Holy Grail. You can do so much with these numbers and predict the future of your business. Have that power to lead the business and not have the market lead it for you. So in the second year, it was projected to close to break-even point, still in a minus, but you could have predicted what is it that I can do different in the first year for my second year to start creating profit. So what I want to leave with you today is that while creative intelligence paints our vision, it is the business intelligence that builds our path to sustainable growth. And I do want to highlight the power of a community once again. The importance of helping each other, of learning with each other, educating each other. So not only educating others, but educating your peers as well. Share your knowledge. Make time for each other, spend time together. It is in these unofficial moments that sometimes spars brainstorming sessions, new ideas. And an important aspect, celebrate each other's winnings. Share your successes with each other. So, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a little bit of what I know and how we can bridge creative mindset with a business mindset for sustainable growth. So if you want more information, you can catch me in our networking session And I sincerely do hope that this moment does not end here, but is only the spark for what's to come. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Marianne. And as she said, reach out. Now, she is still trying to get us to start going more frequently to Impact Hub. Stop working a bit just from home. Maybe we'll soon join you. Where's Melissa? There you are. I was looking for you. So, así na siya nang nos llega na final de Promedia. We've reached the end of the first day, the end of speaking. Now it's up to you. If you want to take your refreshment break, if you want to network, you can use the Huva app. And let me announce the one that wins. I think it's a group, by the way. Their ticket for the Autentico Culinary Festival, the picture that has the most likes. I don't want to put them on the spot, but I think we need to speak to the Aruba Tourism Authority to see if there are more tickets available. But this is a group of 6 people. They have 12 likes on the Huva app. I think they did some serious lobbying for you guys to like their pictures. It was posted by Kim Gertsen, and I think you're going to have to decide who's going to use the ticket. I do have your information. I will send the QR code. Let's give them a big round of applause. There's a team from Horacio Audibert Hospital. Imagine that. So one of them gets their tickets for the Autentico Culinary Festival. Thank you so much, everyone, for posting your pictures on the app. I saw that many questions continued rolling in, including for the first panel that we had. I will share these questions with the panelists and with the speakers. And eventually, when they have their answers, we will find a way to post it because many of these questions are anonymous. For those that send me their questions through WhatsApp, I will make sure to send or forward these messages also to those who spoke today. And before I close, of course, we want to thank our partners. We would like to thank our main partner, the Aruba Tourism Authority, for their continuous, valuable, and impactful support for these projects that we are presenting, but especially the CreActivo conference. Also, we would like to thank the Aruba Hotel and Tourism Association. I would love to thank, because they're here also, Departamento de Cultura de Aruba. Thank you so much, Siegfried, Janine, and the entire team for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for believing in these projects, but not only believing, forming alliance. As I've been speaking with Johnny, he's also been saying collaboration is important. Siegfried reminding us also of important things that have happened in the past. And it's great to see you with us. Great to see you tomorrow also. It's going to be a great day again tomorrow. The Aruba Airport Authority, Seitar Aruba NV, the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Transportation, Integrity, Nature, and Elderly Affairs, the Ministry of Finance and Culture, Trash Bayronchi, Sede Aruba. Thank you so much to all of these partners. We would like to thank our friends in Curacao, Mr. Roy Colastica and Junis Augusta, for hosting a new friend of ours in Curacao. We're so grateful that they lent a helping hand. Our volunteers of Go Cultura Foundation, thank you so much, folks, for helping in every project that Go Cultura presents. We love you so much. Thank you so much to our volunteers. To all of our speakers that were part of today's, or the first day of this conference, let's give them a big applause for their powerful presentations and all of the things that they've shared with us today. We would like to thank Mateo. Mateo, thank you so much for that dramatization. You made us really feel again what we've been feeling for so long. And obviously, we would like to thank his acting coach, Mr. Charles Cruz. Thank you so much for believing in this project. thank you all for being with us here today. After this conference, we're going to prepare for tomorrow's conference, which is going to be completely different than today's conference. So those who have your tickets for tomorrow, thank you so much for being here. Those that are not coming tomorrow, if you would like to follow this online, you could send us an email, send me a WhatsApp message, 569-5442. Everybody has this number anyway. You could send me a message through Facebook. I will make sure that you get a way of joining us, even if it's online. Now, personally, I would like to thank our dog Mustache and our 4 cats at home that have been seeing us or not seeing us for these past few weeks, but always happy to reach home and find these pets, these kids. Many of you know them because that's where we do our meetings. We're very grateful. Teleruba, thank you so much for being with us. Adric, I know you were waiting for that. Teleruba always showing support and being part of our projects. Also, management, staff, and team of Renaissance Convention Center, thank you so much. And also to the team of Elite Productions Aruba. Thank you. I hope I didn't forget anyone. Thank you once more for being here. And let's continue being the agents of change. You are part of an amazing movement. Have a great afternoon. Continue networking. We'll see each other tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Take care.